think we'll start with the quorum assessment. 17, 18. No, on any analysis, we're not quorate. I'm afraid I shall have to rise and wait. Well, in which case, we will now be quorate if could people indicate whether they're present who are participating remotely? We have one. The only one who's indicating that they are actually present, we only have one remote present. No, but what I've done is I've asked people on previous occasion to indicate, to make sure they're actually... Oh, they've indicated there, it just hasn't reached my... Okay, then there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 23. All right, we are quorate.
Could I ask for an appel to be taken, please, sir?
Well, we are quorate, and I appreciate that, but we wouldn't normally call for an appel if we're quorate. So I won't do on this occasion, although I fully understand why you might think that would be appropriate. If the Assembly resolves to come back early, then it behoves members who have been part of that resolution to come back early.
Sorry.
Very well. The next item of public business is GST on menstrual sanitary products, P66, lodged by Senator Moore. There's an amendment to the proposition lodged by the Minister for Treasury and Resources. Are you accepting that amendment?
Sir.
You're not. Very well. I'll ask the greffier to read the proposition in its original form.
States has to decide whether opinion A, that all menstrual sanitary products should be exempt from GST, and B, to request the Minister for Treasury and Resources to issue law drafting instructions in order that the necessary legislative amendments may be brought forward to give effect to paragraph A.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Last month, the Social Security Minister announced that she was going to provide funding for free menstrual sanitary products to be made available in the island schools. Of course, that a demonstration of largesse is much appreciated and certainly a move in the right direction. As members and probably the Council of Ministers thought, I did give some consideration as to whether that was a sufficient step and whether we should carry on with this debate or not. And I believe on balance that it is still the right thing to do to continue with this debate. And so I hope that members will indulge me this opportunity. So my reason for continuing with this debate is twofold. Firstly, of course, we do not know what the public will make of us all at the elections, and therefore nobody can be certain as to whether they will return here. And albeit this move could be accepted by the next Treasury Minister, and they could include it or choose to include it in their budget later on this year, I thought it might be helpful for whoever that states member of the future might be to have an indication from the Assembly on this point, just in case it wasn't one of the foremost priorities on their mind. Now, it is, I'm told, only a matter of pennies for some people, the difference that this will make. But of course, small actions sometimes have larger meanings, and I believe strongly that it is an important acknowledgement of the inherent unfairness that is a gendered fact of life, and therefore I do think that, albeit a matter of pennies, that this move, supporting this move, would make a large difference to many women in our community. And of course, we're all aware, particularly after the retail price index was published yesterday, of the rising cost of living in the island. A recent poll that I conducted showed that 25% of those who responded spend over 61% of their household income on housing costs. and 42% of those who responded spend between 21 and 40% of their household income on food costs. Therefore, every penny is very much accounted for in the budgets of many households in the island. And of course, as my parents taught me, and I'm sure many parents of the members of this assembly gave a similar lesson, pennies make pounds. And so in making this simple amendment to the GST schedules and adding menstrual sanitary products to that schedule, I believe we could make a small but meaningful difference to the women within our community. So I'm not minded to accept the amendment of the Treasury Minister, and I would ask members to not accept it either. I might just address this momentarily now, if I may, so that I need not rise again and prolong the debate. My reason for doing that, sir, is simply that the government has offered to conduct many reviews, and we all know what happens to reviews. They lose their momentum sometimes, and I think this is such a clear-cut matter and a relatively easily financed matter that it is not necessary to conduct a review, sir. So I commend the proposition to the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Is the proposition seconded?
Yes, sir.
Now, there is an amendment to the proposition, and I ask the greffier to read the amendment.
1, page 2, paragraph A, insert at the beginning of the paragraph the words "to agree in principle subject to a review," and insert the words "or zero rated for the purposes of" shall be after the word "from." 2, page 2, paragraph B, insert at the beginning of the paragraph the words "if that review concludes that those products should be exempt or zero rated." Replace the words "to issue law drafting instructions in order that" with the words "bring forward," and delete the words "may be brought forward."
Minister.
Thank you, sir. I do not think there's anyone in this Assembly who would not want girls and women to have ready and affordable access to period products. However, I do not believe that there is enough evidence at present to agree to exempt or zero rate the sale of all period products from GST. Sir, that is why, in my amendment to the proposition, I recommend that a review, including discussion with Jersey retailers, is undertaken to develop an evidence base on which the introduction of any legislative changes can be founded. This government is already promoting access to period products through the support to the Red Box project, announced last month, and through general GST relief for charities. Where GST is concerned, this Assembly has long upheld the principles that the rate should be low at 5%, broad with very few exempt zero-rated goods, so keeping the tax simple for businesses and government to administer. GST is not a tax on luxuries, as is mentioned in the proposition. Rather, it is a tax on the supply of most goods and services. Where we do zero rate or exempt, it is in line with international good practice, such as zero rating prescription medicines. It is true that a number of jurisdictions have introduced zero rating for period products, but my amendment would seek to understand the outcomes of those decisions and what that might mean for Jersey. So, for example, let us consider the example of the UK's decision to zero-rate period products after applying a 5% rate of VAT, the same rate of VAT that is currently applied in Jersey. Official estimates at the time suggested that this would save the average person in the UK just £40 over their lifetime. However, when this policy was implemented, the removal of VAT from period products actually coincided with a small increase in their retail price. Introducing a more generous range of GST exemptions or zero ratings comes with a cost to retailers. These extra costs would need to be met by Jersey retailers, either accepting a lower profit margin or not passing on what may ultimately be the modest tax savings. Of course, the commercial arithmetic might be more nuanced in some cases. We know that some UK retailers operating in Jersey use GB-wide pricing policies to save the costs of pricing differently for different jurisdictions. This could mean that the price for period products on certain parts of the Jersey High Street might not fully reflect the reality of their taxation in Jersey. Finally, sir, there is another cost that needs to be considered, that of the cost to Jersey public finances. Increasing the complexity of GST while also reducing the breadth of its application will have implications for public finances. It will perhaps not be significant in this present case, but it is nonetheless a departure from a steadfast policy to keep GST low, broad and simple. It is clear that more needs to be done to understand the potential costs and benefits of Senator Moore's proposition for Jersey consumers, retailers and public finance. Sir, I ask members to adopt this amendment, which would allow more time to understand whether the outcome sought in the original proposition will be achieved by removing GST from menstrual sanitary products. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Minister, is the amendment seconded?
It is, sir.
Sir, may I ask for a point of clarification, please, from the Treasury Minister?
Yes, are you prepared to give way for a point of
It's
clarification?
because I didn't hear clearly, sir.
Oh, yes, well, please
Just
answer.
Thank you, sir. I believe I heard the Treasury Minister refer to the amount or the sum of £40, and I think she said so that that's how much it would cost I wonder if the Minister could just repeat that sentence, please, referring to the £40.
Yes, sir, happy to do so. When this was applied in the UK, and it would be VAT, not GST, it was indicated from their research and their survey that it would save somebody £40 over a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Minister,
indeed.
sir.
Deputy Doublé.
Thank you, sir, and I'm really happy to be able to have this debate, and I wanted to thank Senator Moore for bringing the original proposition. I'm disappointed in this amendment, actually, because I just cannot see what there is to review. And I think the Senator mentioned in her opening speech about the fact that Jersey is the only place in the British Isles where where period products are taxed. And times are moving on. It's no longer acceptable to the public that we are applying tax of any kind to period products. And it disappoints me that the Treasury Minister is clinging to these outdated defences of our current situation. But actually, I believe that she's suggested some solutions herself. So she mentioned that some things are already exempted from GST, such as medicines, and I see that as one potential solution. Why not class sanitary products as medicines? They are related to health needs. So that's one solution. You know, I find it difficult to believe that the department wouldn't be able to come up with a way of achieving this, given that so many other jurisdictions have done this. And not that they've taken off the tax, but I think it's notable that many jurisdictions never applied a tax. So this tax should never have been on period products in the first place. And whilst we're talking about taxes and gendered items, members might be interested to know that this isn't the only area where women and people who menstruate are disadvantaged by pricing of products, because there is in fact something called a pink tax, which isn't a tax at all, but it's where items marketed at women have an additional markup when viewed alongside identical items marketed to men. And it's quite easy to pick out some of this. If you go into somewhere like Boots and you pick up, say, a razor that's marketed at a woman, and then a razor that's marketed at a man, and they might be completely identical products, apart from the fact that one of them is pink. And the pink one will be considerably more expensive. So I think that we should not be voting for this amendment. I think we should be approving Senator Moore's main proposition. And I think when the work is done around this in the next Assembly, and I hope it will be done quickly, that it should be slightly broader in scope to include looking at how we can legislate to stop this additional pink tax, which again I'm using kind of quotation marks here, members can't see me, but it's not an actual tax. And I know that the Senator has been in touch, I think it's with the Red Box project, and they're doing some amazing work. I think it's great to see such campaigning from the public, because it helps us as states members, doesn't it, to prioritise, even if we are ourselves in favour of these issues and of resolving these issues. It really does help when we have campaigning from the public. It helps us to prioritise, and the public are telling us loud and clear that this isn't acceptable anymore. And other groups such as the Soroptimists, and in fact the Soroptimists International Jersey branch, they have, I think for a few years now, run an annual campaign. I think it's called the No More Taboo Periods campaign, which is about talking about periods and about menstrual issues and just removing the taboo on it, because of course, you know, slightly more than half the population menstruate in their lifetime, and there shouldn't be a taboo about it. And I do wonder if the fact that there is that taboo, or there has been a taboo, has meant that this GST on these items have persisted for as long as it has, because like I have said, it shouldn't, the GST should never have been applied on these products. Another group is the Jersey Sustainable Period Products Project, which is I think it's a lady called Vicky Lucas and Louise Carson, and they do some fantastic work on raising awareness of period products that aren't disposable period products, such as menstrual cups and reusable washable menstrual pads, and they've created kits that I think teachers can borrow to demonstrate, you know, to show the children in their classes that different options are available. And again, I think in terms of tax and affordability of those items, I think the next government needs to go a little bit further than just removing the GST, but in line with our ambitions of being more aware of the environment, we should be actually giving people perhaps vouchers towards these products. There's so much more that we can be doing to make period products more affordable, and particularly the more eco-friendly period products more affordable and accessible. And I think that we should be doing everything we can. So I'm not voting for a review on this. I don't think we need a review. It's absolutely clear to me what should be done. It's just finding a way to do it. And I think that work needs to be done. So I'll be voting against the amendment, and I will be voting for Senator Moore's proposition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Deputy, could I just remind members that no reference to the names of private individuals should be made within the Assembly. I realise the last two references were entirely friendly and benign, but if we break with that tradition, then it makes it more easy where letters are more contentious for names to be used. So could members recall...
I apologise for that, sir. I apologise.
No, not at all. It just gives me an opportunity to remind members. Deputy Ward.
Thank you, sir. It's very interesting to hear the Treasury Minister speak. Most of the speech from the Treasury Minister was explaining why this is a really bad idea, and then introduces an amendment to say let's have a review. Let's be frank about this. I'm quite easy. I can be frank about these things. I used to be a biology teacher, sir, so I have no embarrassment. This is a wrecking amendment, sir. This is simply a wrecking amendment. We don't need a review. Now, I've been thinking about words, what type of word, and I'm going to say it so that other people don't have to, sir. What type of misogyny is this? Because what we're doing is we're charging people who menstruate because of that. It's not an optional. It's not something you can choose to or not to, but we tax it. Is it, I come up with a few words, is it institutional misogyny? Is it economic misogyny? Because that's what it seems to be. Is it endemic misogyny? There's all sorts of words we could put in front of that word. But so I think we need to call it out in this assembly. The original amendment is really simple. Don't charge GST on menstrual products, and we shouldn't be doing it. They don't do it elsewhere. We shouldn't be doing it here. And all of these convoluted, overcomplicated, not even genuine reasons as to why it shouldn't be happened, this should be a short debate. Please, just ignore this Wrecking Amendment. We know what it is. Let's go on to the main debate, let's vote for it, and let's move on. Then we can say at the end of these 4 years, we've got another thing done that's positive for people on this island, in particular for women on this island, those who menstruate on this island, and we are supporting them. Please ignore this Wrecking Amendment. Vote for the main proposition. Thank you, sir.
Very much, Deputy Martin.
Sorry, sir, I was having trouble unmuting. So nobody wants a review. Again, we're in the last throes of the Assembly and we want to throw out, just looking it up there, they call it the tampon tax in the UK. And I think you heard very clearly the Treasury Minister say that still at 5% is not 20. And this is my concern, sir. I'm sure, and maybe I'm being too, what's the word here, cynical. Are there anyone sitting in Treasury saying, oh, let's hope this does go through. We've had 5% on everything that we tax for too long now. Let's not, if we do away with that, we'll have to look at something else. That 5 might become, we do away with it today, throw the baby out with the bathwater, sir. We do away with this, and then literally it creeps in. It's 6% on everything else. Building homes in the UK, anything you buy, DIY, I think 20% VAT. So I know it's not great. I know I'm the Minister of Inclusion and Diversity and I've worked hard. We did a survey in schools and they're going to be free for every child from age 11 in every school as of September. Free, F-R-E-E, no tax. Working with Redbox, working with the survey. Now, funny enough, the survey didn't come back conclusively. In fact, very small amounts said they couldn't afford it. They didn't actually, some know about the parents' economics, etc., but they didn't think it was because it was embarrassment. In this day and age, I was shocked, sir, that youngsters are still embarrassed about talking about this, won't speak to their parents of all people or their guardians. Very, very enlightening to me. And I can't thank the last two Ministers for Children, which is Deputy Masson and now Deputy Wickenden, who have said, no, this is going to be done. We will find the money and thank you for working with us, etc., and the officers. But no, let's say we do today it will be, we agree not to go with the Treasury Minister. And I don't think it's about a review of do we need it on sanitary products. Of course, ideally no. It's that other bit. Please be very careful what you start taking off and mucking around with GST. Again, today, being the penultimate probably sitting, when, there'll be, if it's lost about revenue, there'll be something else it'll have to go up on. Now, can people afford that better? And then Deputy Doublé talked about the pink products. She's absolutely right. Well, what do? Do we, well, I know what I do. I buy men's razors, sir. Nobody kids me. They do exactly the same job. I don't need to buy something because it's pink. Never really liked the colour pink much anyway, sir. But what do we do? Do we tell them, having a good look round over the last, seeing how much things are, buy one, get one free, when they're on offer in different places, do you go for the brand or do you go for the chemist make sometimes, and just if they are, if one's on offer, just buy them because, they will be needed. I know it's easy and isn't it going to be very popular to just say, right, let's take it off today. And then when we all come back in whenever or whoever's back, they say, nah, Yeah, but we have to put this up a couple of, this GST, we have to go up a couple of p, and this GST go up a couple of p. And what's it going to have effect on this part of the economy? Again, absolute hats off. I see what the Senate's trying to do, but please don't ignore that there's probably people sitting there rubbing their hands and going, yeah. And if this goes, the VAT, sorry, sir, I'm confused with the UK. Let's see what else we can put GST up on. I'm not saying they would. I'm just saying be very, very careful. And as I reiterate again, for every school child from the age of year 6, age 11, last primary school class up until they leave school, they will be free with working with the Children's Minister from September in every school. Now, when that it was a petition, I answered because it came to me with the hat on of diversity and inclusion, not as Social Security Minister, but with that hat on. The petition was for free products for everybody like Scotland. Now, if you want to do away with that idea, support this today, because no one's ever going to look into it any further. Take a few pence off, but never make it free. That's my ambition. I've always said it. That's what I'm working towards. I always have to cut the cake to what can be achieved. I had a year to do something, and I've achieved free for children under 17 or young people under 17 who need them. So please be very careful that this is not just a review into who can we take money off of sanitary products. It's what will it cost, who and how will it be made up, and what other goods will be hit with an extra penny or percentage. Be very careful, sir. This is not as simple as it seems. It's definitely not as easy as it seems, and it's certainly not the day that we take off some form of GST off of one product to find out it's got to come back on another 10 products to make the money up where people can't afford it either. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Deputy Martin, the Connotab of St Martin.
Thank you, sir. I will be supporting this proposition, but not the amendment. This is not a luxury item. We do not need to review a biological fact and the cost. This is a necessity, and quite frankly, an unpleasant fact of life. Sanitary products can easily be seen as a medical need, and at the risk of being accused of misandry, a word Deputy Ward was looking for this morning, misandry, I would suggest that if male states members had periods or periods menstruated, I'm sure this proposition would have passed as soon as GST was introduced. In fact, sanitary products would have been free for years. This is a pink tax, and many women would benefit greatly from the main proposition. Thank you, sir.
Very much indeed. Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition?
Yes, sir.
Chief Minister?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm glad I picked up some of the comments that were made. It's the first time I've ever could imagine, and I know you didn't exactly say this, sir, but effectively Deputy Ward was implying that both the Treasury Minister and the Minister for Social Security were misogynistic, which I was trying to work out, that kind of juxtaposition, and couldn't quite get my head around it, sir. When we get to tax, and I'm going to be told I've got a cold soul of an accountant here, not always the case, but in this case, we've got, in my view, to be rational. And the rationality says, what are we trying to do and what are we trying to achieve? And that rationality, I think I heard the Connotab St Lawrence just seeking clarification from, I think, the Treasury Minister, as I was listening, which is, according to the study that the Treasury Minister referenced, actually, if you take effectively 5% off the price of the product, it's going to save £40 over somebody's lifetime, which actually, at the end of the day, it is about pence. Now, so what is one actually trying to do? Because I don't disagree with actually making period products less expensive. Actually, sir, what the Minister of Social Security, what Deputy Martin has done, is, in my view, by far the better way of doing things. In other words, you get them free and you get them to people. And that's not fiddling around with what has been now a stabilised system of GST for quite some time. Now, I don't know this, sir, because it's a while since I've looked at GST, but I heard a comment saying they are not taxed anywhere else in the British Isles. That's quite a careful sentence, because, sir, when I was involved with Treasury many, many years ago, In fact, I was essentially, although better looking, Deputy Ash. In his early years, I was an assistant minister in Treasury. That's what I'll claim, sir. And actually, GST had been agreed. And we spent 3 to 4 years in Treasury implementing GST. And the number of speeches we had about different exemptions. Yes, I'm not going to give a Rumbaba speech because I think we know it was the late Constable St Clements Len Norman who did a fantastic speech one day. I will recall when Senator Ferguson actually stood up, and I was sitting over in those benches, sir, and talked about exempting chocolate body paint. And the expression on the Treasury Minister's face at the time, which was Senator Maclean, had to be seen to be beheld, sir, in terms of the context and the juxtaposition of the discussion. But what I did do at the time, and it was my first year of campaigning, when GST was coming in and the Assembly had agreed low, broad, simple, and on the door I was asked, probably 1 in 3, well, why don't we exempt food? And the whole principle was around keeping it simple. You did not want to get into arguments around, is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit? Is takeaway food, whether it's served standing up, sitting down, capable of being heated or sold heated or cold, all have different treatments. All those add cost into the whole thing, into the whole system. And what we were advised by our representative from Crown Agents at the time, the Crown Agents, Cluan's name in the Crown, UK a consultancy arm of the Inland Revenue at the end of the day, or of the, of the UK government. They said you've got 2 choices. You can go down, and they used the word archaic VAT system, like what the UK have got, which is basically European system, or you can go down a far more modern version, which is basically what Malaysia and New Zealand and those sort of countries do. And if you go down the simple version, actually you keep as a number of exemptions as few as possible. Now, there are a variety of issues around this. Number one is, will the price be passed on to the consumer? Okay, number one. Can you guarantee, because I can tell you at one point when we had an exemption debate, sir, that the local head of one of the branches of one of the supermarket providers over here, sir, said our prices can change 5% in any 1 week. You just won't see, that difference will just disappear very rapidly. So number one, is it going to get to the consumer? And so that, surprisingly, I've just slightly lost my train of mind there. So, going back to systems, which is where I was. So, UK, England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, have a VAT system. It will have exemptions. We've discussed that. That is why they won't be taxing this product. Guernsey, as far as I'm aware, does not yet have GST and has nothing equivalent, so they won't be taxing the product. Isle of Man has the same system as the UK. We went down the rational system, I would argue, of a different system for GST. That is why we're the only jurisdiction, because actually we've got a different system of taxation. If we're getting into morality and ethics here, actually I go back to the point of, number one, getting the biggest benefit to the people who most need it, which is what the Social Security Minister has started, and I would like to see more. So frankly, I'd be far happier if we'd actually turn around and say, right, introduce a system that assists everybody who needs access to these products in receiving them free or subsidised. Why not? Because that's the biggest benefit. So that's not a misogynistic view I hope to have. I'm trying to get the best outcome for what we are trying to achieve. Now, I can tell you when we did food exemptions that the complications that came through at that point were estimated would have added on our costs alone between £200,000 and £300,000. And obviously that's food, big area. I've no idea what would happen on this, and I wouldn't want to overrate that. But there is always a cost. Sorry, so I'm just looking down my items that come through. So I think actually, sir, the other point around ethics and morality. Okay, what's one of the most basic things, I think I'm correct here, sir, that we consume? How about water? Now, from memory, sir, I do believe we do pay GST on our water rates. Stand to be corrected. Certainly, I think we do pay it on electricity. I think we do pay it on our telecom bills. I'm assuming we do pay it on water. So on that basis, at what point do you want to make these lines of, this is an ethical issue? We've had to deal with these all the way through. We considered those back in 2005, 6, 7, 8. Keep going. And the best way was always, if one needs to help people, you target them in a different way. And that makes sure as well that you're not reliant on essentially the retail sector to directly pass on all those prices and those price changes. So for me, actually what the Treasury Minister is saying, which we did discuss, and I take the point about reviews, by the way, but again, that's also about people holding the Council Minister account and saying, well, hang on, there was an Assembly decision, it did this, etc. And we've had this issue about how we track results and things like that. We have we've certainly started off as a PAC tracker, a scrutiny tracker now of outcomes. In my view, somewhere, somebody should be doing a tracker for states' decisions and how they've been implemented. There's always been the decision, is it the government or is it the GREFSO, because that's about independence and keeping changing. But, that should be something for the future. But the point is, sir, that can then legitimately identify what target you're trying to meet, in other words, who you're trying to help, and what's the best way of doing that. And that's why we went down that line. So I absolutely agree, from the emotional point of view, absolutely right. It's a quick win. We're, 3 weeks, 4 weeks before, 3 weeks before we go into PERDA. This is the last opportunity, etc., etc. But from my point of view, I'm afraid I'm going to be rational about this. I think we should be doing it, what the Treasury Minister has said. And actually, sir, my preference would be very much that someone identify a system that can build on what the Social Security Minister has done and effectively make these things a lot cheaper or free. Not just take off 5%, which frankly a lot of people are either not going to notice or are not going to receive. I've made my position clear. I will be supporting the Treasury Minister. I hope that's not a misogynistic outlook. I hope it's a rational outlook, but I believe it achieves the best outcome for the people we are trying to help. Thank you, sir.
So may I have a point of order, please, understanding Order 104, the contents of the speech?
Yes.
Because I believe the Chief Minister may have suggested an improper motive. I did not call anyone misogynistic. I said, sir, there is institutional misogyny, economic misogyny, or perhaps endemic misogyny. They are all actively not directed at one person, but institutions. And I think it's very important that point's made, sir.
I'm not sure it's a point of order. I think it's a point of clarification. You've given a point of clarification for your own speech, and I think that's absolutely fine. I'm sure the Chief Minister would have given away to enable that to happen. So, very well. Deputy Guida.
Sir, I will remember this proposition for a long time because it made me look like a fool. Now, within this assembly, it's a normal occupational hazard and one must accept it. But in the Council of Ministers, one tries to avoid it. So what happened there is that we had a look at this proposition and said, well, what do we do with it? Everybody spoke in turn, and when it was mine, I said, I had made a very, very quick calculation in my head, about 30,000 menstruating women in Jersey, 78 tampons cost 11 pounds, so many a day, about £2 million market. 5% of that is 100,000 pounds. So this is going to cost us 100,000 pounds. The presenter says medical supplies, for example, are exempt. Well, we can call this a medical supply. We're done. That's it. And I quite remember everybody around the table actually agreeing with me and saying, no, that's fine. Well, we can't fight that. Why would we bother? It's actually a good thing. That's good. Like I usually do when I come up with a random assessment, I tend to grab my phone, start Googling. And I went into Jersey law, and I had a look. Medical supplies are not exempt from GST. It's not about the product. The way that we exempt things from GST is not about the product. It's about the way it is dispensed. So a dentist dispensing filling material during the course of their intervention will not charge GST on them. A doctor dispensing medicine in the course of an intervention will not charge GST on it. An optician, I didn't know that, that's quite interesting, an optician will not charge GST on the goods that they are dispensing during their consultation. If they sell you glasses or frames, that's different. Now, for medicines, it's all about prescriptions. And it's worth actually reading what I hadn't done early enough. It's worth reading the article in the GST law. Zero rating on medicines. A supply of any goods or services shall be zero rated if a person who is an insured person within the meaning of the Health Insurance Jersey Law 1967 is entitled to claim pharmaceutical benefit under that law for the supply. In other words, if you don't pay for it, there's no GST on it. And that's how we defined it. So I was completely wrong. I was made a fool by thinking that all we needed to do is add a couple of words on the list and that would do it. Not at all. If those products were supplied on prescription, they would automatically not pay GST. But any other way, they would. There is no easy way of doing this. And as I've said, it's fine. It would be really nice to make people save £100,000. It will probably cost us more to make a new law that talks specifically about them. And now I would like to rejoin the thinking of the Chief Minister, because it sounds easy to say period products. Tampons are probably a period product. You know, there are a few other uses for them. They're very good for treating gunshot wounds and things like that. But in general, they are period products. So you just say, well, no GST on tampons. What about pads? So pads are period products, but they're used for many other things. So do we start differentiating? So are you buying those because you're having your period? Or are you buying those because you have a tiny incontinence problem? Or just in case. So are we going to make a difference there? And if we say, okay, well, all pads are period products and shouldn't be GST. What about diapers? When does a pad become a diaper? I'm thinking, in fact, of adult diapers now. And while we're thinking about adult diapers, should people with incontinence have to pay GST on the product that they use massively and that costs about 100 times more than tampons? And that's the problem. The problem is that when we start making exceptions to this particular rule, it becomes much, much more complicated. My guess, again, making the figures very, very quickly as I speak, is that this will increase the cost of period products because their management is going to be special. Do you know how many products a supermarket manages? About 80,000. The number of references in a supermarket is 80,000 products. If you know that every single one of them is 5% at the till, you don't bother making a difference. If all of a sudden you're told, well, except those three here, but we're not sure about the fourth, maybe sometimes, eventually, that will cost way, way more than £100,000 that we're trying to make people save. And again, who in this assembly could think that as a government, we said, oh, £100,000 is just too much, we're not going to do it because of the money. We know that the complexity is far greater than the benefit, and that this complexity will probably bring with it an increased cost. If you have to reprogram your computers to say, well, yes, there's GST on this, but not on that, we need to have the codes. When you enter your stocks, you have to decide whether it has a code. GST-exempt products are massive headaches for suppliers. You need to manage them. You need to prove that you've been supplying GST-exempt products. It is a massive problem. It's going to cost them much more than 5%. And all they'll do is put them on the price of the product. So, absolutely agree that we could do something about this. I think it would be a lovely gift to say, yes, we are going to help, we're going to make them cheaper, we're going to make them free if we can. It's not a lot of money. Again, the whole market's about £2 million. So it's not impossible. It is within our reach. But this particular proposition, not amended, will make them more expensive. It will have the exact reverse effect. And it will be the start of endless discussions on what we should exempt next. I mean, we're talking about period products. What if I came back with incontinence product next time? Who in this assembly would say, no, it's fine to pay a tax on something that would drip out of your trousers if you didn't wear it? You can't. And then somebody would come up with something else which is exactly like that. The list is endless. So do we want women to pay more for their products? And do we want to open the gate to every sitting having somebody say, oh, I've got this idea, why don't we take GST out of that? Thank you, sir.
Very much. Deputy Southern.
And how appropriate that I should rise to my feet, just following that speech, which was designed to obfuscate and complicate a very straightforward case. And once again, I find myself on the end of a lame and tired and stale debate about GST, about VAT, if you like. And it's long and it's stale and it's tortured because I've heard it 10 years ago from the Chief Minister. And I hear the Chief Minister and his Treasury Minister and his Social Security Minister all put £40 over a lifetime above a principle. I can believe it because this Chief Minister and this Social Security Minister and this Treasury Minister are quite prepared to do that. It disgusts me.
Deputy Pampton.
Wow. As a father of a 13-year-old teenager girl, I am learning every day the ever-changing and fast-paced world that my young daughter lives in and grows in now. I've got a lot of respect for Deputy Guida, apologies. I've always admired him, and we came into the Assembly at the same time, and enjoy his passion and his thinking. But there were some elements of his speech that alarmed me, and you only have to look at some of the female members of this Assembly, some of the things I think he was trying to make his point with, but I believe he got wrong. For example, the use of one Singletree product. There is a choice. There's many choices now in 2022 that women have. And if we're making decisions on the whim of just quick calculations, I don't think that is the way forward. He is right, of course, and I think the Treasury Minister is right. There is a situation. This was arised, I remember my previous job when GST was explored and introduced. A lot of these questions were arranged at the time because there will be challenges in the future years to come, that if there is some needed exemptions and changes for certain aspects. I remember when the consignment relief was dropped completely, and the impact that had on the consignment relief of flowers and other things at the time, the consequential knock-on effects, and they're complicated, and I think we do appreciate that. So I do think there is a time brewing when we do need to look at this, and I'll explain why with the research that I've done. I'm about to list the examples of countries that have used a tax loss around sanitary products. The affectionately known tampon tax in the United Kingdom was abolished in Britain on the 1st of January 2021, following the UK's departure from the EU, meaning there is now a zero rate of VAT applying to women's sanitary products. Rwanda removed their VAT on all sanitary products on the 10th of December 2019. This change was made in response to school absence and dropouts caused by the 18% of Rwandan women and girls being unable to attend school or work, due not to be able to afford feminine hygiene products. Australia repealed the 10% tax on tampons and pads on the 1st of January 2019 after an 18-year campaign, sir, after all states and territories agreed to make their sanitary products explicitly exempt from GST. In Colombia, on the 14th of November 2018, the Constitutional Court unanimously ruled to strike down a 5% tax on sanitary products based on gender equality grounds. India eliminated its 12% tax on feminine hygiene products in 2018. This was after a year of lobbying by advocacy groups and researchers who determined the best way that their complicated system could make this work. Mauritius eradicated its complicated tax around sanitary products in 2017, following a popular online petition initiated by many members of their country. Canada removed its tampon tax in, as it was known, in mid-2015, following an online petition signed by thousands of the country people. 2004, Kenya was the first country to abolish sales tax for menstrual products. The European Union, sir, most European Union countries are barred from creating zero-rated value-added taxes, as we know. Island exemptions are grandfathered, to use that term. The EU countries, sir, are planning to remove the minimum 5% tax rate by 2022. That is a commitment that has been recently made. Ireland levies no value-added tax on all products. There is a full range available now in 2022, sir. In Germany, the amount of tax on sanitary items was cut from 19% to 7%, which they said at the time wasn't being able to do. It was too complicated, but now has been done on the 1st of January 2020. Other European countries, France, Spain, Portugal and the Netherlands, either plan to already slash their taxes or remove them completely in recent years. So I appreciate that we have this system in place, and the Treasury Minister is quite right. But I think I've just alluded to here, a review will conclude that we, Jersey, sometimes lead the way in many, many ways. And I think we can do this. And I think I'd rather would have heard a review to how we can do this, like I've just demonstrated around the world. I think I just want to leave it at that.
Colin Harbison Lawrence.
Thank you, sir. Looking around this chamber, I think there may be only 3 members here who were involved in the original discussions about whether or not we introduce GST. And I look to Deputy Southern, I look to my right and see Senator Gorst, and the Chief Minister was here a moment ago. I'm not sure whether the Constable of St Ballard was here during that time, and he's nodding his head, sir. And I have to say at the outset that I voted against GST on food. I was sitting on the deputies' benches, sir. I said maybe a little bit more radical in those days than I might be perceived as being now, but I was definitely not having GST on food products. What I don't recall, and I do recall rum bar and all these other things, what I don't recall, and maybe it is because it's a few years ago and I'm older, hopefully wiser, my memory's not as good, I don't recall whether we had any discussion about what is referred to in this amendment as menstrual sanitary products. I just can't remember at all whether that was brought up. And I do remember the argument from the then Treasury Minister, I think Senator Lesueur, keep it simple. That was the argument all the way along. Keep it simple. And I think effectively that probably is what we have managed to do. So I'm looking at this amendment, and I'm not sure that Deputy Guida was obfuscating. I do like that word. I'm not sure if I'm very good at pronouncing it. He made a lot of sense to me, actually, when he spoke. And he referred to, it's not clear to me what the definition of a menstrual sanitary product is. And I think a review would be able to define that for us, because the Deputy Guida referred to pads, incontinence pads, diapers. You know, all of these products could be potentially used, and we need to know. My question for the Treasury Minister is, who would be undertaking this review? And would it have a good gender balance? I'm not a great one for gender all the time, but I do feel that it would be wise to have anybody, if this review was to go ahead, I do feel it would be wise to have people who actually use these products to be involved in the review. Would it be presented to the Assembly? So we read that, this bothers me a little bit, if that review concludes that those products should be exempt or zero rated, so would the review be presented to the Assembly, or would the conclusion just go to the next Treasury Minister, presumably, and the Treasury Minister make the decision as to whether or not something be brought forward for debate and consideration by this Assembly? So I feel that whatever happens, the Assembly should have sight of a report or review, as it's referred to here. And I don't think we should be making decisions unless we are well informed. And I've heard Deputy Southern stand up many times over the years in this chamber and say, we can't make a decision because we don't have enough relevant information on which to base our decision. And the Deputy isn't shaking his head, so I'm sure he remembers the times that he has stood up to demand and to ask for more information in order that our decisions are as well informed as they can be. So whilst I am not always in favour of reviews, whether that be a review undertaken, say in this case by the Treasury Department, or a scrutiny review, what is the difference? The evidence should be produced as a result of the review being undertaken. That's what scrutiny does, and we should expect that if this review was undertaken by officers in the Treasury Department, that it be evidence-based, so that decisions about the consequences of that review are made in an informed manner. So my opinion today, sir, is that I will support the amendment, because at the moment I don't feel as well informed on this matter as I should be, and indeed as the rest of the Assembly should be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Connie Tarb. Senator Ferguson. Senator Ferguson.
Yes, I'm here, sir. Sorry about that. I do recall when we first debated GST, it was recommended that we keep it simple and that this would allow us to keep the rate low. But that was at 3%. Now, it's quite possible that the next Council of Ministers may be tempted to increase VAT in the days to come. I mean, we've got an £800 million debt for the hospital coming up. Now, if that is the case, amongst other things, I'd repeal the 0-10 rate, but we're not debating that today. We're talking about the 5% on menstrual products, and as other members have said, we really ought to extend it to look at dressings for old ladies with ulcers on their legs, or incontinence products and so on. Now, Deputy Pamplin talked about governments with 0 rating of menstrual products, but the VAT in most cases for those governments are mainly significantly greater than our 5% rate. However, given the increasing costs being imposed on islanders, especially with the Bank of England expecting a 10% inflation rate by the end of the year, then it is essential that a review should look at the costs and the implications attached to removing the VAT on the GST on these items. And I would suggest that perhaps the review should be broader than that, and it should also look at the such things as fuel duty. because these are all things that are hitting low, well, not so much low-income families, because if they're on income support, then they will get their refunds adjusted at Social Security. It's the people who don't pay tax but don't qualify for income support. And these are the people who are going to catch out quite badly. And so things like, as I say, the cost of the menstrual products, the GST on that, and the fuel duty, these should all be part of any review that's undertaken, so that, as the Connétable of St. Lawrence says, we are properly informed about, you know, the implications of anything that's done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator. Deputy Tadier.
So this will be one of the briefest speeches I make. I don't want to be accused of mansplaining on what is ultimately a feminist issue, I think, and one that we should all get behind. We are talking to the amendment at the moment, sir. And the best line, I think, of the debate has been stolen. It's one that I was going to make and then I asked, and it's already been made. And I firmly also believe that, as a man, if men menstruated, then period products would have been free a very long time ago. And I would also add that we wouldn't hear the end of how difficult it is. And we would try and make lots of, there'd be lots of absenteeism, I suspect, from the States Assembly. So I leave the point at that. There were two other references I wanted to make. First of all, on the amendment. It's a crazy amendment, isn't it? I mean, what it's saying is that this is a simple decision. We're on the amendment now. We can decide whether or not we're capable of wanting to exempt period products from GST. It's probably one of the most straightforward decisions we could make, yes or no. Let's debate that in a moment. I'll be supporting that, so I won't need to speak again on it. And it just reminds me, because I think it's sometimes this assembly is like a badly written comedy, and there's something Python-esque about it. So a good Monty Python quote never goes amiss, does it? And it reminds me of the part in The Life of Brian. We've already got some laughs. I think the Dean knows what's coming. And Stan's talking. He says, all right, that's it. No more briefing. From now on, we take action. And then in bursts Judith, who's friendly with Brian. And she says, Brian's been caught, in her Welsh accent. They're going to nail him up. And she repeats it. And Stan says, right, this calls for immediate discussion. And you could substitute the word discussion in this assembly for, right, we need an immediate review. But on another level, I find the amendment is actually insulting to the membership of this assembly, because it's saying that as one of the last actions we're taking, perhaps on the penultimate day of the sitting, we're not capable of making that simple decision as to whether or not we can do that. And it's been mentioned, yes, keep GST simple. Well, first of all, that was a slogan that wasn't of our making. It was made to try and sell GST to the Assembly, as was the low rate of GST. Keep it low, keep it simple. And there was another, I think, element that went with it. Of course, it hasn't been kept low. And we don't keep lots of our other parts of our tax system simple, do we? There were lots of changes, lots of exemptions, and lots of different rates for different people. I've made that point before. And so finally, perhaps, to quote Einstein, and I'm sorry I haven't included a woman. No, I did quote from Judith from Monty Python, so I think that's all right. She was the most sensible of between Brian and Stan. To quote Einstein, he said, keep things as simple as possible, make things as simple as possible, but no simpler. And I think that's the point. Things can't always be oversimplified. And when it comes to matters like these, we have to apply common sense, not just some outdated, I think, fiscal rule which doesn't work.
Very much. Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Valois.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just briefly, I just want to explain to the Assembly why I won't be supporting the Minister's amendment. And the reason for that is because I think I know what will end up happening is we will need to find some money to pay a consultant a considerable amount of money to do yet another review, which means that review gets put up on a shelf and gets ignored for the next 20 years. Members have referred to why it's important to have evidence and have these reviews done. Can I suggest maybe going on the States Assembly website and looking back over the last 20 years at all the fiscal strategies, and there was a report done on, I believe it was zero rating healthy foods, that report, R60, 7th of May 2014. So reviews can be done. The evidence and the arguments are there, just requires a decision. And I think Deputy Pamplin listed off a number of countries that are gone ahead and zero-rated menstrual products. And I think it's fairly easy to Google or look at what a menstrual product means. And I'm sure that we could look at other jurisdictions and pick up the meaning that they've identified, see whether it fits our requirements and apply it. This doesn't have to be rocket science, it really doesn't. You know, we've got a long-term tax policy, we've got fiscal strategies that have been done. You know, it just, no wonder why the public gets so frustrated with us. I mean, let's just make the decision. We don't need another review, I'm sorry, but if you want to look at evidence and research, look back over the last 20 years of all the work that's been done by previous states, where the reports are all publicly available. And if you can't do that, then maybe speak to our very capable officers in Treasury who work with this on a day-to-day basis and have had to sit through these debates time and time and again over the last 20 years. So, Sir, I won't be supporting the amendment. I understand why the Minister's brought it, but I don't agree with it.
Very much. Connétable of St Helier.
Thank you, sir. In his otherwise rambling speech, Deputy Tadier made, I think, what was the key point in this debate, which is that men don't menstruate. And it is simply about that. If they did, then there would be no greater reason for bringing this proposition than there would, for example, to remove the GST on incontinence products. But the fact is we're dealing with something here which is only purchased by women, young women, and that is why there is a level of unfairness, which I think means that we have to remove the GST from these products. It seems to me as simple as that. I accept Deputy Guida's arguments, the Deputy St Lawrence's arguments, that there are enormous complications in removing things from the GST list, but that, I'm afraid, was always the risk when GST was introduced. And like the Constable of St Lawrence, I was around when that happened, and I expressed my concerns at the time. But so I think this is certainly not an occasion for a review. It's an occasion for a decision by the states, and that should be one that gives men and women the same rights when it comes to what they pay GST upon. Thank you, sir.
Right. Does any other member wish to speak? Deputy of St Wall.
Thank you, sir. And it would be simple for us today to say, yes, this is what we want to do to remove the GST from menstrual products. Simple, we could say that. But what follows is not at all straightforward. And that is why I believe that we should carefully review this and support the amendment, because what will follow is the highlighting of all the other inconsistencies that arise, because we do presently charge GST on healthcare and personal care products. And it creates difficulties, it creates harm to some, and throughout my last 4 years, I've had the emails, and the Treasury Minister, I'm sure, will have had them also. Why do we charge GST on continence products, as has been said, and on nappies for children? Senator Ferguson referenced as well compression stockings and bandages, which people need for very significant healthcare needs for long periods of their lives. We charge GST on asthma and diabetic products and on big ticket items. So I remember I've had quite a reasonable number of people contacting me who want to remain independent at home and they need to buy one of those adjustable beds to put downstairs, a profiling bed that tilts every which way. They're expensive, and we charge GST on that, but they need that if they to remain at home. Or they might wish to install a stair lift because they can no longer manage the stairs. We want them to stay independent at home, but we charge GST on that. And I've raised this with Treasury, and yes, they understand the personal needs, the regrets at this, but this is a principle that was taken all those years ago, which has stood us in good stead, that this tax is simple and broad, and were we to start exempting products, then we could make good cases for so many things. All the things that have been talked about today, the list I've just given as well. You can make a good case to say that, why do we tax those things? Because they are essential to life. They're essential to people who have their asthma or diabetes, essential to older people who want to live independently at home. And they should be supported by us giving them that item tax-free. Yeah, we could make those cases. And so we end up with a lower take of GST, but we want to provide so many services. How do we do that? We're now taking in a lower tax, or we have to make that hard decision. Well, are we going to say that GST is no longer simple? We are going to increase the rates, or graduate the rates. There'll be rates of so much on some stuff and a lesser rate on other stuff. We can do all that, but it gets much more complicated, not only for the public, but also for retailers, and of course, more expensive in our daily lives. So, as I said, we could do this today. We could say, yeah, for this product, yeah, we're going into an election period and we're going to be able to say, we remove GST. But in a few months, we'll have to deal with all the consequences of that. We'll have to deal with the organisations who represent people in this island, the charitable and voluntary organisations who quite rightly will point out the inconsistency to us. And what will we do? So we need to think about this, to understand it, to review it. How will we deal with that? And how will we have the confidence to know that any reduction or waiver of the GST will be passed on to the consumer? Because time and again we've seen this sort of thing being done. We've dropped duties and not much at all has happened. There might have been something given to the consumer, but the whole of it has not been passed on. So why do we try and do this, but we're not successful? It isn't the best way to try some way of targeting need. But we're already doing that to an extent because we provide these products free of charge to those for whom affordability is perhaps the greatest issue, to school children. So we have moved on this. We're providing those products free of charge to them. So I won't be here next session for those interesting debates on all sorts of healthcare needs. But for those who are here, I'd wish them well to understand how to square that circle and explain that inconsistency. Or do we just say, yeah, let's exempt so many things that we feel are essential to people continuing to in their lives, but then what do we do about the tax take that we've lost? And we want to continue and enhance services. Big questions. We do need a review, so I hope members will support the amendment. Thank you.
Very much, Deputy Ash.
Thank you, sir. We've heard the phrase, "this is simple," quite a few times used in this debate. It obviously isn't simple because we've heard a lot of people explaining why it isn't simple. We've also heard Jersey can lead on this. Well, it obviously can't lead because, as we heard from Deputy Pamplin with a long and extensive list of the world's countries, that it's already being done in various domains. What we are seeing here, sir, and I'm afraid to use it, but we are seeing something that is an unashamedly populist move. We'll knock 5% off. This isn't like the UK where you take 20% off. You take 20% off, it does become cheaper. That's going to be 5%. I very much doubt that anyone will see any change in the price whatsoever. So that we have no guarantee these things will be any cheaper at all. What we should be doing, and this might surprise people in this assembly, we can lead on this. We can make these products free. We're doing it for school children. We can do it for women throughout the island. It will not cost us a huge amount of money. We could do that. This is, and I was going to use the phrase point of entry, but I'm not going to do that. Well, I have done, but we should have these products free to everybody. Now, if we back the Treasury Minister's amendment here, we can look at a report into doing that. If we don't, all we will do is take 5% off. It will become very complicated. We've already heard from various other people that will come back with, should it be this? And I know there are people going, oh, well, it won't do. But we've already heard people saying, what about this? What about fuel? What about food? It will open up a whole can of worms that doesn't need to be done. We could have a look at this report, and I would suggest we look at doing this as a free product, same as we have in schools. Thank you, sir.
Any other member wish to speak on the proposition? Senator Metzger.
Thank you, sir. I've learnt a lot listening in this debate, and I guess I would like to thank in particular Deputy Gida, who said something that had simply never occurred to me, which was that you could theoretically use tampons to treat gunshot wounds. I had never thought of that, and I am now tempted to carry some on me at all times as a precaution. I'm also happy to say to Deputy Gida, if he would serve as my Home Affairs Minister, as I know he's so keen to do, that I'd be more than prepared to work with him on this to see if we could have some mass distribution to islanders on that basis. Sir, there is one very, very simple reason for voting against this amendment, and it is the basic and simple fact that it is a wrecking amendment, and the evidence that it's a wrecking amendment has come from, I think, almost all of the proponents of this amendment, where in their speeches they've given a whole set of reasons which I disagree with, but which are legitimate opinions to hold, that actually they just disagree with the principle of what the original proposition is saying, and some of those have suggested alternatives. So rather than make them tax exempt, make them cost exempt and just have them free for everyone. And perhaps that is a more sensible alternative. But if that is a better option, or if you simply want no action whatsoever, this amendment is not how you go about doing it. The way you go about doing it is to vote against the proposition. And I, for one, am fed up of this happening time and time again, where government ministers bring forward amendments to propositions that have been properly raised by members of this Assembly who aren't in the executive, to try to pull the rug from beneath their feet and stop the Assembly having a clear yes-no vote on a proposition like this. So I say to members that if you think the idea of exempting period products from GST, or in fact exempting any product from GST is a bad idea, then just vote against the main proposition. There's no need to go ahead with an amendment which does something that in actual fact none of us actually want to happen. Those of us who want GST exempted from period products have no interest in a review. I don't care what a review says, it's not going to change my mind. And the people who are against exempting it from GST a review is not going to make a difference for them either. They will still want to uphold the principle of having it broad and simple. So it's a complete waste of time. Nobody actually supports doing it. It's just a way of getting around having a straightforward yes or no vote on this. So I would urge members, I guess on principle, since it's a wrecking amendment, don't let it go ahead and just have the main debate as it will happen because of the main proposition, and may the best argument win. Let's have a fair fight. These kinds of amendments, I really hope somebody at some point in the future will have a good look at them and try to find a better way of using this Assembly's time so that we can make decisions based on our conviction, not silly ways of obfuscating like this. So I think that's all I've got to say. Please vote against this amendment and let's have a proper, straightforward vote on the main proposition. And when it gets to that proposition, it will have my wholehearted support, because I reject this idea that there's anything complicated about having a system of exemptions for GST. In my view, it is immoral that we tax some of these basics. The Chief Minister did a wonderful speech about how terrible it would be if our water was cheaper. I mean, that's the mindset of some of these people who really think that actually our tax system, that we should just not have nice things, basically. Water, no, we should pay through the roof for that. Any other essential product, no, it's right that we pay more than we otherwise could. I don't share that politics. I find that very strange. And so I personally would like to chip away at that principle and say that actually if there is going to be these types of taxes charged at the point of purchase to consumers, then it is perfectly reasonable to say that when it comes to those essentials, of which this is an essential we're talking about, then it's perfectly reasonable to say that we won't apply that same regime to it. And this idea that it's a complicated thing to implement it, I don't buy. If worst comes to worst, just look at another jurisdiction and press Control-C, swap document, Control-P. There you go. It's a copy and paste job for some of these things, and we will manage, and it will be absolutely fine. These arguments about Jaffa cakes are a complete distraction. We're not talking about Jaffa cakes. We're talking about something that's pretty defined and clear and will be very easy to manage at the tills in the shops throughout Jersey. So reject this wrecking amendment and hopefully support the main proposition.
Deputy Burchard.
Thank you, sir. There were some really legitimate concerns and points raised in the debate by opponents, or I should say people in favour of the amendment, opponents to my view. And what I'm hoping to do, I think we've had really powerful speeches against the amendment, and Senator Mezek absolutely, I absolutely agree with every word he just said. But I want to try and perhaps get into the nuance of the middle ground that was raised by the Constable of St Lawrence, who I think is kind of generally seems to be based on her disclosure of her previous vote on GST on food and an interest in this area. I don't think the Constable was strongly against the idea of what Senator Moore was proposing, but had some questions or concerns or things that she'd like more information on. And I just wanted to try and give my input on those things in the hope that the Constable might feel able to turn down the amendment at the end of what I'm going to say. I think in terms of definition, I'm actually a stickler for words and definitions in these things, and I completely agree with the Constable and members that words are really, really important, and it's very important that we do understand what we mean, particularly when we're talking about exempting products from GST. I do think in this case, however, that we can assume that menstrual sanitary products are indeed sanitary products to be used, designed to be used by menstruating women, and I think that for me in this particular case, that is quite clear. If it had just said sanitary products, I'd actually have a very similar view to the Conitub, because there are different people who use different kinds of sanitary products. But I think that the word menstrual there actually really clarifies the intent of that for me, and I hope drawing attention to that helps with that as well. The question of whether on the review and the scope of the review, and what about people who use products to deal with incontinence and that kind of question. That was actually quite a powerful argument for me at the time, and I thought, oh, actually, maybe that is legitimate. My only concern with that view is that the wording of the proposition doesn't allow for that scope. So, unfortunately, the amendment, the wording of the amendment, it's to agree in principle, subject to review, that all menstrual sanitary products should be exempt from or 0 rated for the purpose of GST. It doesn't allow that wider scope. And that, for me, is where that argument fell down, because there was a moment where I was with the Kindness Hub and I thought, actually, that's really legitimate. However, revisiting the language, I don't think that scope is included in there. And, of course, I suppose the other comment to make about scope is that we're not talking about a review of the whole of GST, which would be probably a lot bigger and a lot more costly and require a lot more input. We're talking about this one specific issue and how much does the Assembly want to diverge from that one issue in this debate. And that is a legitimate choice. But that's, for me, I think the scope of the review is completely limited by the amendment, and I don't think it allows for those really legitimate concerns to be dealt with. There were some slightly worrying things expressed in this debate that I do think have to be addressed head on, because they reflect the legacy of the historical context of discrimination against women. And I think that is something we can't ignore. I mean, in 1811, Dr. John Burns, who wrote the Principles of Midwifery, wrote about periods, that they should be considered a disease, and that the patient must be kept at rest in a horizontal position. And, if that was today, that's 1 week in every 4. So sorry, sir, I'll be absent for quite a few sittings because 1 in every 4 weeks I would just be horizontal. He also goes on to say that in intellectual labours, man has surpassed, does now, and always will surpass woman for the obvious reason that nature does not periodically, I'm sure there was no pun intended, interrupt this thought and interrupt their thought and application. So this is the context, the historical context against which we are discussing this issue. It's not the same as someone becoming elderly and needing a stair lift. This is decades and centuries of the oppression of women or the misunderstanding of women's issues and needs. Even if you look back to the great scientists of our time, Darwin, he doesn't mention menstrual cycles. It's like one of the most fundamental parts of my personal existence of being a woman is that every 4 weeks that happens to me. And that is something that historical context of ignoring the issue, and then the Victorian era where it was just an embarrassment and you were shamed, ruthlessly shamed for your period, and it was associated with magic and sorcery, and you could stop hailstorms and strike lightning, and these are real examples from books. I'm not just making this up. This is stuff people used to believe. And the close links between your menstrual cycle and madness, which is documented throughout the whole of time, most significantly in the Victorian era, unsurprisingly. But isn't it interesting? And this is about education. This is not about attack or blame or critique. It's about educating. But isn't it interesting that in a debate about period products, we've heard the word rational 4 times in relation to, with the implication that to vote for this would be irrational. Isn't that interesting? And isn't it interesting that when we're talking about menstrual products, that we heard the words, if we were to GST them, it would be a gift to women. Isn't that interesting? And again, this is about self-reflection and education. We can't keep going, oh, men, you're all anti-women, and you're all sexist. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that there is a long historical context of abuse and oppression and silencing and ignoring of women's issues, and we have not come out of it fully yet. And for me, this is just one example of where it's about. Of course, Of course, we want to know the impact, but it's also about principle, and it's about demonstrating the understanding of the context that we're coming from, and that is that is just as important to me in this debate as the other arguments that we've heard, that we have heard in favour. So for me, sir, I will be voting against the amendment because I feel that, for me, this is about principle. It is about history. It is about context, and it's about demonstrating a greater understanding than has ever been demonstrated before about the issues of women. But even if the amendment is adopted, I will of course be supporting the proposition as amended. But thank you, sir.
Very much, Deputy. Deputy Hegra.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's very difficult to follow that. And so I am only going to probably say a couple of words because actually Deputy Pershard has said it far more eloquently than I would have, and obviously knew far more history than I did. But I wasn't actually going to speak, but I had to when people diverted into other areas. This is a discriminatory taxation of GST. It is a discrimination against women because we and people who use those products, we are the only ones. And so I think that's what I wanted to make the point of. So it's discrimination. So we need to get rid of it. And it's quite straightforward. And also, and it was the rumblings as well in and around me, if the Treasury think that it's a good idea for them to be free, that's what this proposition should have said, or the amendment rather, give them for free, and we'd have all voted for it. So that's what should have happened, so it's too late now. I'm going to vote against this and I'll vote for the proposition.
Deputy Sir Mary.
Thank you, sir. In fact, the last speaker's more or less stole my words. I was attracted by the suggestion by the Deputy Treasury Minister that the products were made free, and I appreciate the reluctance to meddle with the existing system and create exemptions. I simply wonder at this stage whether the Treasury Minister herself will feel able to say before departing that she would willingly put that forward on the basis that when Senator Moore raises her proposition, I'm sure she would be happy to not withdraw it, but back down from seeing it to come to fruition if these products were free at the time. That's all I have to say, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Deputy Alves.
Thank you, sir. And a lot of what I was going to say, as the Deputy of St Mary's mentioned, there has been covered by other speakers. And I'm glad I've had time to calm down, to be honest, because hearing the Jaffa Cake argument and suggesting that period products would be used for other things was just appalling. But there was one argument I don't think has really been addressed much by many members, and that is this whole thing about programming computer systems. Seriously, sir. I mean, we can't ask a computer to divide by 1.05, because that's what we're asking. To take GST off a product, you divide by 1.05. Have you seen what systems are capable of nowadays? We've got 3D printers producing phenomenal things. And quite frankly, I'm just so fed up of hearing about computer systems not being able to cope with this and that, which is, I just can't believe it. I don't believe it. We're meant to be a leading digital hub. We're one of the very few places that has fibre optic connectivity, and we can't get a computer to do different GST rates. Okay. I could go on about VAT and why we've allowed high street shops to do UK pricing as well, but that probably isn't the right time. There's also been mentions about how, adding all these different rates is going to complicate things. So because something's complicated, we shouldn't do it. I don't think that's right. Surely we should be doing what's right, whether it's complicated or not. It just seems ridiculous to even use that as an argument. And I think some members have short memories and forget what they've proposed themselves, because I believe that Deputy Ash said that 5% won't make much of a difference, but yet he was prepared to take a few pence off alcohol. Obviously, there's been mentions about other things that this review may raise, and I believe some other members mentioned that there are other things that should be exempt, and yeah, absolutely, those products should be exempt. I believe the Health Minister mentioned a number of things that I was nodding along with. But that's, like somebody else outlined, I think it was Deputy Pershard said, that's not what this amendment says. At the end of the day, sir, GST is a regressive tax, and it's completely unacceptable. The introduction of GST itself was a pure example of, once again, where the public was ignored and where we weren't prepared to make decisions to maybe tax those who are a bit more capable of paying tax, should we say? So I'm all for reviews in certain scenarios where maybe there's a lack of research or data, etc. But we had Deputy Pamplin who quoted a number of examples from other jurisdictions and a lot of data. And like Senator Valwa said, would a review even be cost effective if we're going to be paying for all these consultants? And I also wanted to touch on something that the Chief Minister said. If the Chief Minister thought that period products should be free, then why did he not lodge an amendment to that effect? So, sir, I won't be supporting this amendment, but I will support the main proposition, and I would urge members to do the same. Thank you.
Much. Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition, or the amendment, I should say? No other member wishes to speak on the amendment? I close the debate and call upon the Minister to respond.
Well, thank you, sir. All members who have been with me over a long period of time will know that I'm not a fan of long speeches. However, there have been quite a lot of questions here, and I will try my very best to address all of them. I think Deputy Doublé was the first to speak and express disappointment in the amendment, and the only place in the British Isles where we haven't reduced. Now, I refer, and I don't want to keep doing it, but several members have brought it up, but Annex 1, page 7 in the amendment report shows exactly how many countries across Europe have changed their GST rules because of this. UK, Ireland, Guernsey, it doesn't apply because they don't have GST, and the Isle of Man are the only ones. So please refer to Annex 1 of the cross-country comparison, and I will, several members have referred to that, so I don't want to keep bringing it up. And again, Deputy Doublé referred to there's more we could do, and that's the whole reason for the amendment, is because there is more we could do. I very much want to see this go forward, but it cannot be done in this particular term of office, and that's why we've asked for the review, to give us time to work out what the consequences on GST, the consequences of retail outlets in Jersey, big retail outlets in Jersey, whether it would apply or not. So that's why we wanted the review. I object to the notion of a wrecking amendment. It is not. It is brought forward as a hopeful and helpful amendment to a proposition that cannot be determined in this term of office. So the amendment is to allow for a future which I will support, I think, as Deputy Johnson said, Deputy for St Mary, sorry, that I would absolutely support that, but it cannot be done in this term of office. Deputy Martin said that there are already free products provided in schools, will be from September. So the schools, the Minister for Education have responded to that. So again, I'm not objecting to the idea, it's just the timing, the calculations, and how we conduct the GST and the effect it will have on other commodities. I think the Connétable of St Martin mentioned the pink tax. Well, that's even more difficult to accommodate. So hence a review again. And I don't like the word review. I never have liked the word review. But there is no option with this because the knock-on effect of GST, what the loss of GST would be, who would be affected, would it be gender transmissible, is it affecting, as Deputy Guida said, other sanitary products or not. This is why we need the time to consider what the effects will be. And I think I've said that time and time again when it's come to food. I won't go into Jaffa cakes or chocolate body paint. I won't go into misogyny either. However, I think that, that we've always said that GST exemptions have been called for year after year after year. It's just not a simple method to deal with. If you're going to do this across the board and make it fair for people, and I think the Senator's proposition is that hitting for lower income people and girls and ladies, women, it's just not that simple. It can't be generated overnight. And we need to work out how it can be done, whether, as I've said before, retailers can take it off their retail bill, which we've tried with other measures, and it just doesn't work. They can't do it. It would mean in smaller pharmacies changing their tax billing tax system for billing out. So it's just not an easy situation to put into place immediately, and it couldn't happen immediately legislation-wise anyway. The timings are just too difficult. I don't really have an answer to Deputy Suddens because apparently it discussed him, so I'm not quite sure I can say much more. Deputy Pamplin came out with a wonderful list of global countries, but as I repeat, go to Annex 1 and it will give you the changes in GST quite comprehensively on page 7 of my report. The Connétable of St Lawrence said a review would define what exactly the menstrual sanitary product was, and we need to have in a review panel, I quite agree with the Connétable, a gender balance, obviously, and that refers again back to Deputy Guida's speech. Senator Ferguson, increase in GST, she agrees that it would open a gateway for increases across the board, and it would. So you can't say you would reduce GST or not reduce it, but not even apply it on one thing without looking at everything else involved. Deputy Tadier, if men menstruated, I'm not quite sure I can comment on that one either. Senator Valois, Revenue Jersey calculation of costs and facts, it would be exactly that, of how we would do this review. And again, I have to stipulate, I don't like the word review, we've done too many, but in this case, we have to know what the knock-on effect of this is going to be. Deputy of St. Juan, could be simple, but it's not straightforward. It is absolutely not straightforward. And the deputy mentioned profiling beds, medical beds. I mean, where do you go? Where do you start? Where do you stop? I've had that situation recently, personally. We've heard this word, it's simple to achieve, too many times. It is not. It's incredibly complicated to achieve, and that is why we need to look into it more deeply. I'm not in opposition to it, I don't think anybody is, but we just have to work out what the knock-on effects would be. Deputy Pershard, Deputy Lehegre, it would not be discrimination against women whatsoever, because as I've said, I'm quite in agreement that we should go forward. We just need to know what the knock-on effects are going to be. So I think with that, sir, I just must mention the Chief Minister and the Minister for Social Security. The Minister for Social Security has already brought in the free products in schools in September, which I've said already, and also the question of a review, would the price then that is the product being free be passed on to the consumer? All of this has to be looked at very carefully before we pass it on as not a low, broad and simple GST effect. Thank you, sir. I propose the amendment and ask for the appel. Thank you.
That is called for. I invite members to return to their seats. I ask the greffier to open the voting and members participating remotely to participate in the normal way. The vote is on the amendment. Members have had the opportunity of casting their votes. Then I ask the greffier to close the voting. The amendment is defeated. 20 votes pour, 20 votes contre.
Okay, from red both ways, please.
Both sides. Those members voting pour were as follows. Senators Ghost, Farnham, Le Fondre, Constables of St Lawrence, St Brelade, Greville, Trinity, St Mary, St Juan, St George, and St Clements, and Deputies Pennell, St Juan, Labbe, Truscott, Ash, Gida, St Peter, as well as Deputies Masson and Martin. And those voting contra were Senators Valois, Moore, and Mezek, Constable of St Martin, and Deputies Southern, Greville, Tuddy, St Martin, St Mary, Agra, Ayer, Pershard, Ward, Alves, Pamplin, Gardner, as well as Deputy Higgins, the Constable of St Helier, Deputy of St John, and Deputy Dublin.
Well, we now return to debate on the main proposition, not as amended. Does any member wish to speak on the main proposition? Chief Minister.
I'll keep it short. I'm not going to do chocolate body paint again, and I don't want to upset anybody with making references to it. I think the point is, I strongly believe that what this does, it doesn't achieve the benefit that one's trying to go for. That actually what the Social Security Minister has done is by far the preferred way of doing it. So from my point of view, if this amendment this proposition is turned down, I certainly absolutely commit that we would go away and do the work to make sure it's free. That's an absolute guarantee. Fundamentally, it's not an issue around, I have to say, fundamentally, having been through so many debates on the issues around exemptions and the difficulties that arise from that, that's why I do not support this method, because I don't think it achieves the right amount of benefit. We're talking pence. Whereas actually what I think the Social Security Minister has started needs to be carried on further. And that is by far, for me, the better way of achieving the benefit that we're trying to take. And that is why, sir, I will not be supporting this for all of the consequences we've talked about and the consequences of amendments, sir. Thank you. I really do urge members, ideally, not to support it. Sorry, I probably said I was going to finish. I do need to make one point which was raised. It is not as simple as dividing by 1.05. Okay? If you've got to reprogram a computer system because you're doing a different thing in a different jurisdiction, and then you've got to consider whether the benefit is actually going to be passed on to the consumer. For my purposes and perspective, I think you're far better off leaving it as it is, but getting it in a different way. And that's the approach we've taken on so many areas in dealing with some of these anomalies that come up. So from my point of view, I'm sticking with, and I'm afraid I would have voted for the proposition if it had been amended. I will not be supporting it.
Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition? St Lawrence.
Thank you. I'd just like to refer to something we've just heard from the Chief Minister, because I think I heard him say that I think I heard him just give a commitment to making these products free to all. And I think that changes my view potentially on the way I'm going to vote on the main proposition. But my view needs to be clarified by the proposer when she sums up, sir, because she has just heard the same commitment that I have. And I really do wonder whether that will make her change her mind over this and potentially, I suppose, consider withdrawing the proposition. We shall wait and see, sir. We shall wait and see. But how she sums up will absolutely decide me on how I'm going to vote on this, because at the moment, my view is that I will not support it unamended. Thank you.
Very much. Deputy Martin.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I obviously wasn't clear enough in my speech on the amendment. So this work fell to me with my diversity and inclusion hat on, and the petition was for free for everyone in Jersey, following the Scottish method. So in the time I had, meeting with the then two, it was Deputy Masson and then Deputy Wickenden, we realised the time we had was only to be able to do children. It's been the intention of this minister to then go on and do the other work. I'm already looking at Scotland and etc., how they're distributed, cost and everything. But if you really want to help, it goes back to taking, we are 5% VAT. One of the countries, what Deputy Pamplin read out, an African country, said they've lowered their VAT to 7%, still 2 percentages more than us. Free is what we're aiming for. Now, there will be a cost to that, but we will have to get around that, and that is what I've always said I wanted to do. That's what the petition asked me to do, and I bit it off in 2 chunks. Do the children first, because it was easier, smaller project and less money. But the intention is, for all the reasons said by everyone, it is a product that only half of the population uses. It makes sense. I want, and I think I've got commitment from this council, to whoever, it will be in my legacy report, to carry on what the petition asks, free for all in Jersey. And I said again in my speech on the amendment, if you tinker with the pennies, it won't give the initiative to get this done ever. And that's a worry. So the commitment is there. I can't say it again, and I hope it's understood. That's why I said it earlier, and I can't support this, because really when you're going through, different retailers, etc., it might be cheaper there and they'll take a bit off there and it's still dearer for that person, but they can only shop there because they maybe they might not have a car and they've only got a small chemist next to them. What help is that? Not a lot, sir. So I am a commitment with my diversity head on, and for all the reasons that it affects women, and they shouldn't have to pay something that just, they need to do every 4 to 5 weeks. The commitment is to be free. Thank you.
Very much. Deputy, does any other member wish to speak on the Deputy Doublé?
Sir, I'm above Deputy Doublé.
Well, not necessarily on my screen, Deputy, so Deputy Doublé. But
Deputy Higgins appears before me on my screen, sir.
Sorry?
Deputy Higgins did ask to speak before me, so I'm happy to let him go first.
Well, I really am not that bothered about it, so Deputy Higgins.
I'm going to keep it very brief anyway, sir. I'd just like to say, again, here we are, and this is, I forget about the 4th, I think, state sitting I've sat in at the end of business when we're dealing with lots of issues right before the very end. And then the Chief Minister has just come up at the end of his speech and said, okay, we've lost that amendment, I would have gone for the amendment, we'll make the product free. And then we have the Constable said once, oh, that might change my opinion of this. Well, the truth of the matter is this work going to be done before the election? I have my doubts. And the point is, we should be basing it on what we have in front of us. We've already, say the amendment has fallen. We have the main proposition here now. We should either support it as it is at the moment, and who knows what the next state sitting will do. So, sir, I'll just I'll leave it at that. But I've just noticed your recognition of my wanting to speak has only just appeared on my computer now. So it shows there is a delay in the system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Deputy Doublé.
Thank you, sir. I just have 2 points to make, really. Several members have, and I think it's mostly ministers who are urging us to vote against this, have mentioned that the group that most need it, which is arguably children and young girls who are at school, are receiving these products for free already. And I don't think that's strictly correct. My understanding of it is that there are period products available in schools for children that need them, but children who are menstruating aren't being given all of their period products for free. They're still going to need things after school and on the weekends and outside of school. So I don't think that point reassures me that the group that most need it are getting free products. And also, Sir, this might be something that you can advise on, actually, because the wording of the proposition calls for a removal of GST on period products, and some members are arguing that we shouldn't vote for it because we can do better. Now, surely, by making period products free, that achieves the principle of the proposition, because you're not going to be paying GST on something that's free. So, sir, if there are members here who want to go a step further and make all of these products free, then they shouldn't be. They shouldn't feel that they can't vote for this proposition. Can I just check my understanding of this? That if the action that was taken by government was to make all period products free, does that satisfy the wording of the proposition?
Well, technically, in a technical sense, no, it doesn't, because the proposition requires for exemption from GST. The practical effect, the non-technical effect, will of course be that if menstrual sanitary products are free, well, you can't charge GST. 5% of nothing is nothing, so you can't charge GST on it. So it seems to me that although it would not meet the strict terms technically of the proposition, it might, but that's not really a matter for interpretation of the proposition, meet the effect of it.
That's helpful, thank you, sir. And I think if I was a member, and I am indeed a member who thinks that period products should be free, and I look forward to seeing this on people's manifestos, particularly the current Chief Minister, who I think is an Alliance member, and other members of the Alliance Party have stated they think that. I really hope that it will be on their manifestos and that they will follow through. But I don't see any reason, even for people who don't think we should exempt the GST, vote for this and then go one step further. And, I think we should vote for this, approve it, and then it just keeps it on our priority list, because we all know how many different priorities are going to be put upon us, or priorities that we will have ourselves. And this is something that shouldn't be forgotten. So I really do, I urge members to vote for this, and then I hope that we can also go steps further to make things even better and even more affordable.
Sir, could I have a point of clarification from Deputy Doublé's speech, please?
Would you give way for a point of clarification, Deputy Doublé?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I think the Deputy said her understanding that the products would be free in school, but that doesn't end the subject because children leave school. That's exactly what the ongoing conversations are now, how we can make sure children have got enough.
I'm sorry, no. A point of clarification is when you are asking the Speaker to clarify something they've said. It's not a speech in response explaining what the position should be, I'm afraid.
I just asked her to clarify because she heard these things that are not true, sir.
Well, that's not a point of clarification of the speech. That is your attempt to give a second speech, which I'm afraid is out of order. Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition? Senator Gorst.
So I know it's getting late in the week, but I'm sure I'm not the only member that's now somewhat confused, because we have before us a proposition which can't be given effect to this side of an election. We have a commitment from the Chief Minister which I'm not sure there is a mechanism to give an effect to before the election. None of us know, those of us standing for election, whether we'll be here again. We're in what we've referred to proverbially as a pickle. So it seems to me, I'm not sure whether it makes any difference whether we vote for or we're leaving the pickle for the next assembly to pick up, sir, and I wish them jolly good luck with it.
Any other member wish to speak on the proposition? Deputy Guida.
Sir, thank you. I'll try to answer some of the things I've heard during the two previous discussions. Talking about the potential for a review, somebody said we've got perfectly capable officers and we should just give it to them to do and they will know exactly what to do. And if I'm allowed, I'm going to make another gunshot joke, if it is, because basically the capable officers who are supposed to do this, when presented with it, told us we would rather have a hole in our head than try to change our whole system of GST to save £100,000. It is that complicated, it is that complex, we do not want to go into it and start having exemptions per product and have to look at products to see exactly how they are defined and how we define them and how people don't abuse the definitions, everything. We'd rather have a hole in our head than even look at this. We've heard another very good thing was if men menstruated, this wouldn't be a problem. Well, I don't think we ever suggested that shaving cream should be GST exempt or any product that is especially used by men. But interestingly, the three people in government, both in ministerial government and both in the civil service, the three people who were 100% involved in this were all women. So you know, I think we should be able to defer to them to have a fair judgment on this. Now, sometimes, in fact, quite often, it feels that it's the same planet, but we're in completely different worlds. I've heard several times, one from somebody who does it all the time, so it's fine, but several times, this is a simple decision. Just because it's binary, just because it says yes or no, it doesn't make it a simple decision. I mean, I could bring to this assembly, let's abolish income tax. I think that's 5 words. The answer to it is pour or contre. It's 1 word. This would fit in a very, very tiny paragraph, and we could argue it. Massively simple decision. Let's abolish income tax. And frankly, there would be a crowd outside waiting for us and celebrating us and voting for all of us next time. Let's just abolish income tax. You know, very simple decision, very easy to make. You know, everybody is going to be for it. It would take us a decade to extricate ourselves from what would happen if we abolished income tax. Where would we find £900 million budget that we need for next year? It would take us a decade to try to find the money from other places if we did that. Just because the decision looks simple doesn't mean that its implementation is simple. And most importantly, it certainly doesn't mean that the consequences of that decision are going to be straightforward. And this is the problem here. This is exactly the problem here. Very simple decision. Let's make a gesture. Let's have a token, you know, which is important. And it's very easy to do. We just vote it. We press the P button. It's done. Does any of the members of this assembly have any idea how you do a GST declaration every quarter and what you put into it? I know that some do. I know that the handful do. And it's probably the simplest in Europe because we have one rate of GST and it applies to everything you do within a way of selling because it's a sales tax. It's about the way you sell, not the product. So if you have a shop, and actually that's how the Americans do it. You know, a product is $10 in the shop, you get your product, and at the cash, they add 7% depending on the states. They don't look at the product. They say, oh, wait a minute, is this a Jaffa cake or is it a cake or a biscuit? They don't look at it. You've come through the cash register, 7%. That's it. And that's the way we've done it here. If it's a prescription, if it's done through a prescription, if you go in the supermarket and you go through the little pharmacy and give a prescription, no GST. If you buy the same aspirin out of the shelf, GST. And when you go through the cash register, 5%, 5%, 5%. So yes, it is easy to change the programming of one computer, but it's not easy to change the programming of 200 computers and the programming of our income tax computers and the accounting that needs to be done quarterly to account for all this and start separating product when they're not separated. The consequence of this will be way, way more expensive than the benefits. So it's a nice token. I was ready, as I told the assembly, I was ready to say, yeah, fine, of course, it is so easy, look at the report. And then discovered that it wasn't at all, that we didn't have exemptions for specific products. We had exemptions for types of sales, and this wouldn't work. Now, I hope that the members noticed that it took less than 10 minutes for this assembly to find another product that absolutely, absolutely deserved to be exempt. Less than 10 minutes. You know, I predicted it, and I was surprised myself. But I thought, you know, they're going to talk on the subject. No, of course. The next speaker goes on, oh, what about bandages? Bandages should be exempt. 10 minutes. Every single sitting of this future assembly will have somebody coming in with a new exemption. I can make the prediction, I will sign it, I put £100 on it. Just making sure I'm all done. But yes, actually I am. The review thing, I think it was poorly worded. And it was done quickly. We needed to put something there. We didn't think of the review as, let's look at how we can take GST off. We knew, because we'd been told by the guys who do it, which is a woman, we knew that it would be extremely difficult to do. So we knew that GST was not an option. When the minister put the review as an amendment, in her head is, how can we deal with this better? How can we do something about period products so that they're cheaper, more available, or even free? That was her intention at the time. It wasn't, oh, well, let's look at how we can remove GST. We knew, we are completely aware that it's actually unbelievably difficult and will cost much more than the money it will save. Thank you, sir.
Deputy, Colin St Martin.
Thank you, sir. Not feeling at my happiest this afternoon because I've had to listen to some absolutely one of the most offensive speeches I've ever heard in this assembly. If you're looking for funding for sanitary projects, I would suggest that if more care had been taken by the Council of Ministers for the funding of the new hospital, we would have plenty of money to cover the loss of GST. For example, last August, the existing Jersey bond was trading at a borrowing cost of 1.58%. Today, it is 2.58%, meaning costs are 63% higher. No new bonds have been issued, which would have locked in the lower interest rate. This means now looking at raising £300 million plus. If the Treasury and Council Ministers are willing to find this astronomical amount as extra funding for the hospital, then you can easily lose the relatively small amount of money to help women and girls with the loss of GST and put an end to period poverty. It's interesting that the poor, well, absolutely dreadful management with the bonds has been kept quiet, but much has been said to wreck a proposition to help women. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Senator Valois?
Yes, just briefly, sir. In response to Deputy Guida, I think he's got the power role wrong. I believe if there is political will on behalf of the public, we ask officers to get on to do it, whether they have a hole in their head or not. And I get the point that, and they are capable, because it was me that said it, and I've worked with some extremely capable, extremely diligent officers in the States, and they've always recognised that it is the Minister or the State Assembly that make the decisions for them to go away and implement. And I'd also like to state that for members to turn around and say how difficult it is to exempt, I would suggest they read the GST law and look at Schedule 5 and 6, and the fact that we've got a number of exemptions and a number of zero-rated supplies already. Now, where were all the reviews for all those particular areas? Don't know. So, I mean, this is a principal debate. So I've never been a fan of GST. I was one of the ones that signed the petition back in 2008, it was 2007, I think it was. 19,000 people not wanting GST. And if there is a position of the Chief Minister that menstrual products should be free, we have an ability, I believe, under our system for a minister to make a ministerial decision. And there is an ability under our system for the Treasury Minister to transfer funds via heads of expenditure. States it in the Public Finances Law. So if we are looking to provide free menstrual products, maybe that's the way to go. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition? Deputy Pershard?
Thank you, sir. I think I can feel us spiralling a little, and so I just wanted to try and bring back a bit of positivity, and just to say that Chief Minister, third person, to thank the Chief Minister and the Social Security Minister and the Minister for Treasury sincerely, because actually making a commitment in the Assembly to making sanitary products for menstruating women free is huge, and I am genuinely really delighted to hear that. I genuinely am, and I think that that is worth a celebration. The fact that the intent and the will is there at the top of our government, for me, is really positive and really meaningful. So I am genuinely grateful for those statements, and I think that I think that if one is fundamentally against this exemption, then obviously one can vote against the proposition. But if it is true that if some individuals agree that, well, this would be a good idea, but we want to go further, then there's nothing to stop those individuals voting for Part A and against Part B as a matter of principle, as a gesture of support of the principle. And so I just wanted to point that out, because actually this is a really positive thing. And Senator Moore, fantastic result either way, I think, because if this doesn't pass, we've had that verbal commitment to take this forward and to make products free. So thank you to those members of government who've made those pledge. Thank you to Senator Moore for pushing it to this point. And yeah, I think we can all feel very positive about this. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition? Deputy Southern.
Very briefly, sir. A pledge means nothing at this stage, because no future minister can be held to account by any minister here.
Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition? If no other member wishes to speak on the proposition, then I close the debate and call upon Senator Moore to respond.
Thank you, sir, and I thank all members for participating in this debate. It's been lively, and actually I'm really proud of some of the speeches that we have heard this afternoon. It's been refreshing and as Deputy Pershard pointed out, really very positive, so thank you all. So when I first started to think about this as a proposition, it did not feel like a natural place for me to be inhabiting politically, because I am very aware of the importance of keeping our tax regime low, broad, simple and fair. And in fact, I have I think at least once voted against removing GST from food, which is not an easy thing to do. But I came from that premise of low, broad, simple and fair, and that's why the Corporate Services Scrutiny Panel has taken it upon itself at government plan times to consider the community cost bonus, which is of course the mechanism that a former Assembly constructed to help support people who are impacted by GST on such vital products such as food. And we brought an amendment successfully, which we were grateful to this Assembly for supporting, which raised the level of community cost bonus to meet the increasing cost of living. And of course, we now have reached an agreement with the current government who have set up a special project team to look at the issue going forward and present the next Council of Ministers with a suite of measures that will be ready to go to help that Council of Ministers and this Assembly, whoever it will be constituted of, to cope with and implement measures that will help the people of Jersey cope with the rising cost of living that we know they will be facing as winter approaches. It has been, and I'm grateful to those who have made commitments in the Assembly today to look at making period products free to all. I look forward to seeing that in their manifestos. If they haven't already gone to print, I should imagine there'll be a nice sticker as an addendum to them all. So well done to them, and that should be a debate that will be relished, I'm sure, by the next Assembly. But as one of the final speakers pointed out, we have no jurisdiction over that final Assembly beyond this proposition. And as I stated in the opening speech, this proposition was brought to give them an indication that this was an area to look at and something to do in the early days of the next executive that will make a difference in many respects. And we don't need to rehearse the excellent arguments and points that have been put forward by those supportive of this proposition in the body of the debate. We would not be world leading, as Deputy Pamplin pointed out. There have been other jurisdictions and nations that have taken similar measures, and of course Scotland began to provide free menstrual sanitary products in November of 2020. So there is plenty of precedent, but what we need is will. We've heard today, and on many occasions prior to today, the Treasury Minister tell us that it's all very complicated. Well, sir, thankfully this is our final sitting, and all I can say, sir, is that where there's a will, there's a way, and also, with the rising cost of living, the state's coffers will be boosted because rising costs mean that GST revenue will increase. So this very small amount of money will be more than compensated by those rising costs. And I'm sure that the special project team that is looking at community cost bonus and measures that will assist with the cost of living going forward will be certainly working out how better to balance that effect to alleviate the rising costs on the right groups of people within our community so that they can all afford a decent quality of life. So, sir, I go back to the main point, where there is a will, there's a way, but I can also offer an assurance that there's also a manner to pay. So I think all members can feel confident in voting for this proposition, and I ask for the appel.
That is called for. I invite members to return to their seats. I ask the greffier to open the voting and invite members participating remotely to vote in the usual way. Members have had the opportunity of casting their votes. Then I ask the greffier to close the voting. The proposition has been adopted. 26 votes pour, 16 votes contre, 1 abstention.
Can we have the conch and the abstention, please, sir?
Those members who voted contre, Senator Gorst and Le Fondre, Constables of Grouville, Trinity, St Peter, St Mary, St Warren, St Clement, Deputies Pennell, St Martin, Labby, Truscott, Ash, Eder, St Peter, and also Deputy Martin, and the abstention was the Constable of St Lawrence.
Well, the next item of public business is the Channel Islands Rotary allocation of 2021 proceeds P68, lodged by the Minister for Economic Development, Tourism, Sport and Culture. I ask the greffier to read the citation.
Sir, if you remember yesterday, so the Assistant Minister is taking this item and asked that it be deferred, so if he wasn't present as he was.
And the,
which you
I can't
agreed
remember,
to.
was that put to the Assembly? In which case it's deferred. And
Sorry, deferred to later on in the debate, not deferred.
no, deferred to later on in the sitting. Yes, I understand. Very well. The
All right, that's enough. Next item for debate is P69, the draft domestic abuse Jersey law, and I will ask to be lodged by the Minister for Home Affairs. I ask the greffier to read the citation.
Draft Domestic Abuse Jersey Law 2000, a law to create an offence of domestic abuse, to provide for domestic abuse protection orders, and to require people who commit domestic abuse offences to provide personal information to the police. The State, subject to the sanction of Her Most Excellent Majesty and Council, have adopted the following law.
Minister.
Sorry, taken a little bit by surprise. I thought that was not next on the list. Trying to get my composure. I have a good report on this law, which I will read verbatim. But first, I would like to mention that this has been difficult to bring to the States. Those who were involved, especially a scrutiny panel, know that it wasn't straightforward. It was delayed, it was changed, and it was changed again at the very, very last minute. But I'm grateful for all those who managed to actually make it exist as it is today. And I hope that it will please the Assembly. Jersey is a safe and secure place, and islanders enjoy an enviable public environment with low levels of crime and disorder. However, as in any community, there are issues of abuse and coercion behind closed doors in a minority of relationships. Our current framework of criminal law does not effectively address many of those offences or the harm they cause, and does not offer sufficient ongoing protection for victims or serve to alert potential victims to the risk they may face in a relationship. My intention in bringing forward this draft domestic abuse Jersey law is to allow the justice system to properly address this harm. We do not know the extent of domestic abuse in Jersey. No jurisdiction truly does, although proxy measurement can provide an indication of the scale of the issue. I suspect that, like sexual offences, domestic abuse is seriously underreported. It is a crime that will usually take place without independent witnesses behind closed doors. The victim will often be dependent on the perpetrator to some degree, and they may not have the support or confidence to report the matter to the police. What we do know is that our multi-agency risk assessment conference which is made up of various agencies, including the police and domestic violence advisors, saw 159 cases involving domestic abuse in 2019, 166 in 2020, and 157 in 2021. Many of these will be the same cases continuing, with people or families tied into an ongoing cycle of abuse. In addition, the police have advised that on average over the past 10 years, 13% of recorded crime has been associated to some degree with domestic abuse. Over 400 domestic incidents were recorded in 2021. Overall, the best estimate from the Safeguarding Partnership Board is that domestic abuse affects approximately 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men in their lifetime. It is, of course, not only adults who are affected by domestic abuse. Safe Lives, a charity which supports survivors of domestic abuse and trains professionals, has estimated that 175 children in Jersey are living in a household where there is a high risk of serious harm, and 225 are living in households where there is a lesser but still real risk of serious harm from domestic abuse in their family. Domestic abuse is a complex and challenging subject which can wreck lives and devastate families. It can take a number of different forms beyond physical violence. Victims of abuse can face threats of violence, psychological abuse, financial control, harassment, sexual assault, and coercive and controlling behavior. Also, domestic abuse can occur not only in romantic relationships, but it can also be a feature of family and carer relationships. Domestic abuse can lead to many ill effects, including physical injury, fear, and low self-esteem, and it has an adverse and lasting impact upon mental health. In addition, living in an abusive household is a traumatic experience for a child who can experience feelings of blame and responsibility, especially when they are used by the abusive partner as part of the controlling behavior. Domestic abuse in the home is acknowledged to be a key adverse childhood experience, which can have a huge impact on life outcomes. Children who experience domestic abuse continue into adulthood with a greater risk of developing poor outcomes concerning mental health, well-being, substance misuse, or criminal behavior. The justice system can only address issues that are described in law. Currently, the law recognizes that violence and sexual assault can take place in a relationship, and the courts recognize domestic violence as a particularly harmful crime. Courts impose heavier sentences for domestic violence offenses to reflect that these crimes represent a violation of the trust and security that normally exists between people in an intimate or family relationship. What the law cannot currently recognize is the non-physical, often lower-level abuse that can occur persistently and often for a prolonged period of time. Thus, there is no way for a court to effectively end the harm caused by such abusive behavior. Domestic abuse can be a pattern of behavior consisting of actions that do not meet a criminal threshold when taken in isolation, but which, taken together, can create devastating harm to a victim. The intention of this domestic abuse law is to better recognize the ongoing and intimate nature of domestic abuse, give enhanced protection both to direct victims and to children, and to lay the groundwork for a consistent, effective response to domestic abuse within all agencies. The three key elements of the legislation are the domestic abuse offense itself, the new powers for the courts to impose domestic abuse protection orders, and the requirement for the police to retain the details of domestic abuser. The new domestic abuse offense will apply to behavior between two people who are aged 16 or over and personally connected. Personally connected here means people in a relationship, previously in a relationship, co-parents of a child, or family members. The offence will occur when one person acts in an abusive manner to the other one on more than one occasion. This could be by committing an act of violence, harassment, or neglect, or acting in a coercive or controlling manner. Coercive or controlling means any behavior that is reasonably likely to make a person dependent on another person, or isolate or control a person or their activities. This will now be categorized as domestic abuse. The abusive behavior or failure to act must cause or be reasonably likely to cause either psychological or physical harm. This structure will capture the essence of the problem with domestic abuse type offenses, where the cumulative effect of such behavior is not currently recognized. Undoubtedly, there will be some instances whereby a person believes that they are acting on another's best interest. For example, a wife who hides the family money from her husband to prevent him gambling. In this case, as we would expect, there will be a defense where a person is acting reasonably and in another's best interest. Where an individual is convicted of the offense of domestic abuse, the sentence will be aggravated or made more significant, but several factors that can be applied. Where abuse is directed at a child or pregnant person, where a child is used to facilitate the abuse, for instance, in a pattern of psychological abuse, or where a child in the relationship is affected by the abuse, the court may aggravate the sentence it applies. The courts will also be able to issue domestic abuse protection orders to anyone aged 18 or over. These orders will prevent a person who has committed domestic abuse or a similar offense from causing further harm to a victim, either by committing further domestic abuse or otherwise interfering with the victim's life. The court will have a wide range of options to attach to the domestic abuse protection order. For example, the order could prevent a person from going to a particular address or require them to attend the Jersey Domestic Abuse Program. The order would continue until a specified date or event or until a further order is made, or unless an appeal against the order succeeds or is varied by the court. This law will allow the Attorney General to apply to a court to impose notification requirements on any person convicted of the domestic abuse offense or another offense committed in the context of domestic abuse. The court would consider whether it was proportionate and necessary to do so. If requirements are applied, the offender would be required to notify the police and keep them informed about where they live and what names they are using. This is, broadly speaking, the same arrangement that is in place for convicted sex offenders, which underpins the operation of the Sex Offenders Register. Currently, the States of Jersey Police do disclose certain information on an ad hoc basis under the established domestic violence disclosure scheme known in the UK as the CLARS law arrangements. This new legislation will see those arrangements put on a statutory basis and significantly increase the amount of information available to the police about offenders. It will provide a clear framework and recognized processes for the exercise of these and ensure that the disclosures are reasonable, proportionate, and based on a credible risk of harm. Ultimately, the draft law will fill the gaps in the current legislation to ensure that the police and the courts have the relevant tools to safeguard and support our victims. So I maintain the proposition.
Thank you. The principle seconded. Does any member wish to speak on the principles? Senator Valmont.
Thank you. So I stand to speak first to firstly thank the Minister and all the officers and the law officers in particular. And I think it's important that I provide an explanation for my withdrawing of the amendment. I brought it within good faith, and the domestic abuse law is an extremely important step for us in Jersey, defining what domestic abuse is and how we take that forward. But I don't think the work on domestic abuse is quite finished yet. And I have kindly from the Minister had a commitment whereby there will be further work looking at bail, police bail, and how that will work going forward. And I would ask actually that that's considered very thoroughly before the commencement of the legislation. And the reason why, and this is where I explain what happened with regards to the amendment I made to the legislation, sir. We have very limited pre-conviction notices or orders in Jersey for the police. In actual fact, I asked a written question on this, members will be able to see, which came in recently. I was just trying to pull it up so I could give the information to members, but I believe when I read it, it's only child protection orders we currently have in terms of pre-conviction abilities of the police. And therefore, as I understand it, having spoken to the police themselves and officers with the Minister for Home Affairs Department, it's seen as sometimes there's this vicious circle where it's very difficult to try to prevent the victim of any of those types of crimes, but in particular if we refer to domestic abuse, it's quite hard to make sure that they feel safe. And I think that's even more prominent in a small island and where we live, where everyone's very close to each other. There was another written question that I actually asked about incidences of domestic abuse in Jersey. And domestic abuse related crime accounts for approximately 15% of all crime in Jersey. And similar to levels reported in the UK. And large numbers of victims of domestic abuse will not support an investigation or prosecution. And I mention this because, and it currently amounts to about 50% of victims. And I mention this, sir, because that's the reason why I wanted to bring the amendment, because in the original...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Senator.
Yeah.
It's very implied in many ways, but we are low in terms of numbers, both in the chamber and online. I'm not confident the Assembly is for it. So could I ask members who are elsewhere outside the chamber to come back in? We now have enough members online who've revealed themselves, so we can resume. Senator.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm just mindful of the clock as well.
You get extra time.
Oh, thank you. So, where were I? So the original draft that we received at scrutiny actually included pre-conviction notices and orders. We had that briefing last year, and it wasn't until, and maybe Deputy Ward can correct me if I've got this wrong, I believe we were sent some paperwork before the Island Plan debate, which we didn't have a chance to properly read through, but then we had a briefing following the Island Plan debate where we were told a whole chunk of the legislation was taken out. And this really concerned us. And we didn't have sufficient time to do proper scrutiny of the legislation, but we recognised the importance of bringing this in because primary legislation will have to go through the Privy Council. And so it will give time for it to go through Privy Council, come back, and I hope whoever's in the States next term will pick this up and start running with the work that I've discussed with the Minister and officers around bail and what that may look like. And there's some concerns around, I think the concern that was expressed to me was around civil liberties, around pre-conviction notices and pre-conviction orders. But sir, I think what we have to do is determine the balance of those civil liberties. A victim does not ask to be abused either. And the perpetrator in these circumstances, this happens predominantly behind closed doors. And therefore, if this happens behind closed doors, then it's very hard to prove that such an incident has happened. And the police need the time to be able to investigate and be able to support the victim to feel safe to come forward when it appears and is proven that there is a domestic abuse incident that has happened within those premises. There are some really good things in the legislation, protection in terms of pregnancy, which was included, recognising the child. Like I say, the definition, coercive behaviour. But sir, the problem I feel will be, and this is always a concern of mine, is when we bring in such legislation, we want the trust and confidence of the public in our police and in our court system. It's vital, it's really important. And by not having the ability, I feel, to support victims in the right way and ensure an appropriate investigation at the right time to meet the thresholds that are required. And when we're talking about creating domestic abuse criminal offence, we're talking about having to meet the threshold of beyond reasonable doubt. And so that's a very high threshold. And it was explained to me that the pre-conviction orders and notices were expected to, I believe it was in terms of a civil case, would be balance of probabilities. And then we've, of course, got the arrest ability, like I referred to, that the reasonable grounds that a police officer has to arrest somebody. But then there is no criminal offence for breaking bail. And that's where I think the risks happen in that time frame, is that there is nothing stopping that perpetrator going back and doing the abuse 10 times worse, making it harder for the victim to feel they are able to support an investigation to take forward and rightly go through the proper justice system in the way that the justice system works. And so when you reflect and think about that and look at the numbers of domestic abuse related crimes and how they account for approximately 15%, there are figures there. I mean, 2021 alone, 431 domestic abuse related crime accounts. And that's why it's important that we support this legislation. And I have to apologise to members for withdrawing my amendment. I had made a mistake in my amendment. I'd only done pre-conviction notices and not pre-conviction orders, which creates, it doesn't really do much more, because the orders would enable the courts to then, following that notice, to take the next step. And that would be a pre-conviction order. So I didn't feel like it was going to add much more, so I didn't feel it was appropriate to therefore debate that. But I've asked the Minister and officers to make a commitment that, you know, when bringing forward the commencement of the legislation in the next term, serious consideration has been given to pre-conviction notices and pre-conviction orders. They have been piloted in other jurisdictions. There have, and rightly there are concerns, but like I mentioned before, I think we have to look at the balance of those civil liberties about perpetrators and victims, and the fact that this isn't just like any other crime. And it's very similar, I believe, to the arguments we've had historically, and I scrutinised the sexual offences law last term. They're not easy cases to be able to prove to the thresholds that are required a lot of the time. And you know, the perpetrators aren't stupid, they know that. And I think it's really important for us to try to make sure that when the legislation, whenever that may be, in terms of the commencement of the legislation, should this be approved, and I really hope members do support the legislation today, that there is a discussion or a debate even within this Assembly about whether pre-conviction notices and pre-conviction orders should be established in Jersey. And I think we missed a trick. Northern Ireland when considering their legislation, they were not ready to bring in such things as pre-conviction orders or notices, but put within their primary legislation requirement for secondary legislation, so that if they do decide in future, they could bring forward the necessary protections. So this is about preventative measures, and this is about support for victims to try to reach that next threshold that's required in the criminal justice system, sir. And with that, I wholeheartedly thank the Minister and the officers and the law officers. They've been absolutely fantastic, and I apologise for having to speak to them so many times to try and get my head around different types of wording and what certain things meant within the legislation. But this is a really important step forward for us, I believe. And if the Minister works directly with those in the know, whether that's Women's Refuge, Jersey Action Against Rape, and many other very good, capable charities, but also the domestic abuse support team in the Jersey Police, who do fantastic work as well, and many of the police officers too. They know and they've experienced and they've seen it firsthand, and I think we need to take that on board. So with that, Mum, I just thank the Assembly for understanding, hopefully, why I withdrew my amendment, but I'm hoping that they will support the proposition. Thank you.
I think I have several members who have indicated they wish to speak. Next up, I have Senator Ferguson, followed by the Constable of St Lawrence, Deputy Pershard and Deputy Ward. Senator Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Greffier, and congratulations. Yes, I understand that it's difficult to identify coercive behaviour or controlling behaviour. That's, you do require really sort of evidence or by independent people. However, I would point out that if there is actual physical abuse, which may or may not usually leaves bruises or something like that, then the sufferer must report either to accident and emergency or their GP to get it recorded so that you do have evidence. And evidence is very important in these cases, because if you face a perpetrator with actual evidence of, well, you beat somebody up or you hit them, they find it very difficult to actually say that it wasn't them. So if people who are suffering from this, for goodness sake, get to your GP or A&E, and don't forget, you're not the only person this has suffered from, and, just dig your toes in and say, no, I'm not standing up, I'm not putting up with it any longer. Thank you, ma'am.
Mum, I have some questions for the AG. I know I'm late in the order, but if I can ask now, you can think about them asking later, or I can wait my turn. I'll wait your ruling.
I think given the number of members who've indicated they wish to speak, it probably would be an idea if you asked your questions now, which would give the AG sufficient time to consider them. So it's up to Pamplin if you want to do so.
Yes, thank you. My first obvious question is, what is the realistic timetable for introducing it? I know it's talked about that there's an appointed day act, but it talks about the time to be introduced in the courts and police system. Could the Attorney General give us an estimation of how long that time period would be, and what does that entail? Because it's something I haven't picked up, if that's possible. And also, with the withdrawal of Senator Valois' amendment, however, the point she raised, in theory, in a case that might be brought without that, could that ever be used in a case, either to or fro, an accusation of domestic abuse, because the things that Senator Valois was alluded to are not in this, could be used in a trial for or against bringing the case to the court? I hope I've made myself clear. Probably not, but I hope he's got my gist.
Mum, I'd be grateful if Deputy Pempen could just repeat the second question, because I'm not sure that I did understand the second question.
So I could be way out my area of understanding, but say there was a case brought to the Royal Court, an accusation was made against somebody, and the defence lawyer said, well, we shouldn't be going forward with this case because there is a component that was first introduced in a draft law, it's not been brought forward, and somebody could use it as an argument to throw out a case. I know that's outside of my areas, but that's why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
I can, so the timetable for introducing this law, I'm not aware of any specific reason for a delay in introducing it if the Assembly were to approve it. It may be the Minister is better placed to comment on any issue with delay. I, for my part, am not aware of a specific reason to delay. In terms of the Deputy's second question, absolutely not. No, it would not be a defence to a case or a basis for saying that the case should be discontinued simply because the states had not chosen to introduce the pre-conviction domestic abuse orders or protection orders in the way that was envisaged by Senator Valois in her amendment.
Mr. O'Donnell. On the top of St Lawrence.
Thank you, Ma'am. This to me is a very important piece of legislation, and I am disappointed that we don't have more members in the chamber to hear what is being said and discussed, because essentially, if we approve this today, we are at long last, creating within Jersey the offence of domestic abuse in all its guises. And we have been waiting for it for a very long time. I have personal memories of a member of my family who suffered from continual abuse, whereby the behaviour of their partner was abusive towards them and towards their child. And every time she telephoned the States of Jersey Police to say that she was terrified, that he was banging on her front door, kicking the door down, everything that goes with this, the police would come out. They would respond to her call. But how did they respond to that call? It was by saying, come along, Jim, Bob. They knew his name. They referred to him by his first name. Come along. In the car, they put him in the back of the police car, and they would drive him from the property where he was threatening people, and they would take him into town and drop him, and he would get out of the police car grateful for the lift into town, and the first thing he did was go back into the pub from where he had left to go out and act abusively towards his partner and their child. Now, I'm speaking about matters that happened 30 years ago, and I cannot say whether that is what has continued to happen over the years when victims of domestic abuse have phoned for help from States of Jersey Police. I would be almost certain that that no longer happens and has not happened probably for many years. However, the point is that the offence of domestic abuse does not exist and has not existed to support those people who have suffered this offence. And it's traumatic on the person that suffers it. It's traumatic on their family. It has long-lasting effects. And I am referring actually to a member of my own family who suffered in this way. And I see the effects of that abuse. I see them now in the child who is now an adult and who suffered the trauma of his father being abusive towards his mother. So I welcome this legislation. I absolutely applaud the Minister for bringing it forward. It was on the radar of the former Home Affairs Minister and myself when we were there some years ago, but we had to prioritise the order of legislation that we brought to the Assembly, and the Minister brought a couple of major pieces of legislation, not least of which was the Sexual Offences Law. Actually, when you look at it, there isn't a lot here for a piece of legislation, but it covers what it needs to cover. My question to the Minister relates particularly to Article 3, which is domestic abuse offence, and Section 3 of that article reads, in determining whether behaviour causes or is reasonably likely to cause harm to B, a person must look at the cumulative effects. And it goes on. And it's the cumulative effect of the domestic abuse that I am acutely aware of with regards to the members of my own family. My question to the Minister is, though, a person must look at the cumulative effect. Who is that person? Is it a States of Jersey police officer who is deciding whether or not a prosecution should take place? Is it the law officers? And maybe I should ask the Attorney General, if I may, Ma'am. I'm directing my question maybe to not to the wrong person, but let's get it from the AG if we can. Thank you.
Able to assist.
Yes, I'm happy to assist with that question. The particular subparagraph that of the Article 3 that the Constable is referring to, in relation to cumulative effect, that is relevant to harm for the purposes of the offence. And the inclusion of language "or is reasonably likely to cause" means that the harm is to be assessed objectively. It's not sufficient for either the person who's accused of abuse or the person who is alleged to have been abused to say, well, it didn't really hurt me, or it wasn't that bad. It is objective, and the person who assesses that ultimately is the court. So it's and flowing from that, all those involved in law enforcement, which include the police officers and the law officers department, will assess the conduct when they are called to consider particular policing incidents or particular cases with that criteria in mind.
Thank you, sir. So in effect, it's an accumulation of people really who are involved with it, as I understand. Thank you to the attorney. That was my only question regarding the articles of the legislation. I don't have much else to say other than I do welcome this, and what it does do, of course, is gives our police, the States of Jersey Police, absolute certainty as to what constitutes or what will constitute domestic violence, and they will, I'm sure, act accordingly and appropriately with regard to this law and any accusations that may be made or complaints that may be made against potential perpetrators. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we get it on the statute book, the better. Thank you, Ma'am.
Deputy Pershall.
Thank you, Mum. This is one of the most important laws we will pass and have ever passed in the Assembly. Coercive and controlling behaviour has been well understood by very small pockets of society for a very long time, mostly victims and those supporting them. But many other people find it very hard to understand what that actually means. Organisations such as the Women's Refuge have protected and supported women and children for many years. However, developing a wider understanding of coercion in society is an ongoing struggle. Therefore, this is a very welcome step in the right direction. For me, this is just the beginning of a journey. In addition to this law, we also have to ensure that we have appropriate support for victims, we have better education, and ultimately, prevention. Coercive control is incredibly difficult to understand if you have not experienced it, and if you do not know someone who has experienced it. When you speak to victims of coercive control, they may say things to you like, it doesn't sound bad, but it was the way it was said. Or it doesn't sound bad, but it was the way it happened. Or they may not even themselves be able to articulate the behaviour successfully to you. And that is something that will always be a struggle from a legal point of view in terms of proving coercive control and evidencing it and prosecuting people who exhibit that kind of behaviour over others. Because it is ultimately a psychological crime. It will be a psychological crime. It's akin to a form of brainwashing, if you will. And I think people are often surprised by the kinds of people who are victims of coercive control. But actually anyone can be a victim of coercion. It's not about how intelligent you are, how well educated you are. It's not about your background. It's not about your age or experience or wisdom. It's about a particular relationship with another person who has actively decided to try to control your thoughts and your behaviour, and is people who are abusers who exercise coercion over others are highly skilled manipulators. And that is something that's very difficult to understand if you are not manipulative yourself nor have been a victim of such manipulation. That is very hard to understand. And often, I mean, I'll use an example that's on the TV because it was much easier than talking about other people's personal experiences. But if anyone's seen the documentary Bad Vegan, it's a very powerful documentary demonstrating an extreme effect of a woman who is in a relationship that is coercive. And this woman was an economics student, was a very successful business owner in New York. She opened up her own restaurant. It was her absolute priority. She was there all day and all night. It was her love. And over quite a relatively short period of time, she'd met someone on a dating app. They seemed super charming, very charismatic, very normal. And over a very long period of time, they slowly dated and then eventually had a relationship. And then, over another relatively short period of time, she very slowly became isolated from her friends and family. She withdrew slowly from the business. She had less financial control. And when you look at the whole arc of her journey, in summary, it's very difficult to understand how this bright young thing with this huge ambition and business acumen ended up in financial ruin, with no sense of self, completely malnourished, out of contact with her family, no control over her passport, credit cards, or email accounts, or phone. And when you say that to somebody who's not aware of this as an issue, you say, well, why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you just take her phone back and just say no? And actually, it's not as simple as that. Because what happens is, it's a slow, gradual decline in self-confidence and self-worth. It's a chipping away of your own confidence in your own autonomy and your ability to make decisions. it's powerful, and it should be criminal. But it is very, very hard to prove. And so what I would like to see following this, and I hope we unanimously back it today, but what I hope to see is the understanding that we also need to proactively educate and proactively prevent. Because until we proactively and successfully prevent, coercion will always exist. And I suspect, sadly, it will always be very difficult to evidence. So what does that look like? Well, it looks like providing adequate emotional support, obviously. The victims of coercion are broken in a way that is, again, very hard to imagine yourself being in a state of that brokenness. It's very difficult to imagine not being able to choose basic things that you choose to do all the time, every day. You think, that would never happen to me. I'm way too fierce. But it could. And the kind of emotional support is therefore, that required is therefore specialist and long-term. You can't just go, I have 6 sessions with a therapist and that'll sort me out. That's not going to do it. So there has to be an acknowledgement that that support is required, and there will be a cost to that support. We also need to acknowledge that emotional support is absolutely not enough. Physical safety support is essential. Having a safe space to go and know that there's no time pressure on having to leave that safe space. And the reason I say that is because almost all of the time, in extreme cases of coercive control, there's no financial autonomy of the victim. And they walk away, often with just the clothes on their back. Victims who leave relationships, firstly, very few people get out of coercive relationships successfully. The return rate is very high. People leave and they go back, and they leave and they go back. And that's because the manipulator and the abuser has developed a dependency. The person somehow has mustered the courage to go, which in itself is a huge feat. And they realize when they've gone, they don't know who they are anymore. Oh, and I don't have any money, and I don't have a safe space to go. And I need that person. It's almost like an addiction. Push, pull, push, pull. So we have to acknowledge the complexity of the issue we're talking about. It's not the same as a physical fight and arresting someone for punching somebody else. It's just not, it's on nowhere near the same scale. Obviously I'm talking about just an isolated incident of one person hitting another. Obviously sustained domestic violence is traumatizing and in equal need of attention and support. But I wanted to draw attention to this coercion because I think this psychological issue is hard to understand. It's incredibly complex. It needs different things to other kinds of crime and other kinds of abuse, and that is fundamental to the success of any initiative directed towards it. And we can't just expect, and it wouldn't be fair to expect, that this law will solve all that. It won't. What I would love to see in Jersey is something like the Freedom Programme. A lady called Pat, somebody was a probation officer in the UK for many, many years. This is all public information. She worked with male perpetrators of coercion and abuse. And she spent a lot of time working with them. And she realized that the cycle of this behavior isn't going to stop unless we intervene and educate. Because children who grow up in these relationships mimic that behavior because that's what they learn. It's a pattern of behavior, and our children mimic what we do and how we treat each other. And we also know that children who are children of abusers, studies have shown us that even from the age of less than 1 year old, children who grow in that environment, already the chemical balance of their brain, their chemical building blocks, is different from other children. It's their ability to regulate their own emotions is impacted from infancy by just being around that kind of behavior. And so, of course, those children are more at risk of copying that behavior and not being able to regulate themselves. So there's a whole cycle and pattern here that we need to break and fix. The Freedom Programme was designed and built by this lady, who was the probation officer, after spending many years working with perpetrators of this kind of crime. And she works with women, girls, men, and boys to educate individuals on what they're doing, their own patterns of behaviour, to have insights about themselves, to self-reflect, but also then to pull it apart and hopefully put them back together in a way that means they don't repeat that behaviour. And her success rate is so high. It's impressively high, which tells me that without that, we don't have much hope of changing those statistics. So, Ma'am, I know the Assembly will be behind this, obviously, and I hope that the Minister for Home Affairs is able to take some of what I've said and maybe feed it back into his department, and we can see what we can do to fill the gaps. We've got the law now. Fantastic. This is the most important, to me, this is the most important piece of legislation we will be passing, particularly for women and children, but also male sufferers of domestic abuse in Jersey's history. It's a monumental moment, and I'm really proud to be here while it's happening, but I really hope we can plug the gaps with other things that it's needed to make it successful. Thank you, Ma'am.
Deputy Ward.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, thank you, Ma'am. I'm just going to point a couple of things. Senator Valois covered most of the things. Perhaps I can reassure the Constable of St Lawrence. Obviously, the reason there weren't many people in the Assembly at the time is because they're all reading the comments paper from the Children Education and Home Affairs Scrutiny Panel, which is the 24th paper that we've produced. And I'd like to say thank you to the officers for the phenomenal work they've done over the last few years. And thank you to the officers from Home Affairs. We've worked very well on this. The points about the changes and the lateness of it, we accept. But we're not going to stand in the way of this piece of vitally important legislation, so we will not be calling this in any way. However, in the comments paper at the end, it does suggest, and I would suggest very strongly, that any new panel or minister themselves, whoever that may be, have a period of review of the effectiveness without the domestic abuse protection notices and domestic abuse protection orders pre-conviction. Because when that was brought to us, it was seen as a very positive thing in terms of protection. And it was interesting what the Constable of St Lawrence said about the way that police dealt with particular issues. It is a really difficult situation, but the key should be protection. And I thought that the notices gave a break. There's a phrase, but I can't remember it now, Ma'am. A bit of head space or breathing space of a certain time in order that these things can be addressed. So I hope they're looked at again and they can be more considered in the future. Having said that, I would just urge members to accept this piece of work. It is an important thing to do. It does offer more protection. It does offer a particular law, so it's not just the assault law now, the domestic abuse law. It does identify particular areas that are really important, and I think it moves us forward. So please support this, and I thank the Minister for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mark.
Deputy Pamplin.
Thank you, Madam Greffier. Title that fits. I apologise to members. I was going to try very hard to keep my emotions in check when referring to this important piece of law. And again, echo the comments said earlier, and I reiterate the ones I said earlier, about the Deputy, his tenacity, and bringing this forward, as we also remember his former boss, the late Conor Tarp. For me, as Deputy Pershard has highlighted, the one thing that really stands out for me is Article 1, about the, as she always does so well, highlighting coercive and controlling behaviour. And I can speak from personal experience, as one of my best friends is not here today. Had we known what she was going through until after the occasion, and she is no longer with us, and saw the amount of emails and text messages and heard voice messages that were kept hidden because she simply loved the man after he had lied to us that he'd ever done those things, will haunt me for the rest of my life. And we have a platform here, and to anybody listening, wherever you are, if you're experiencing anything that you do not feel is right, keep a copy of everything. Every text message that doesn't feel right, every voice message that doesn't sound right, be it on a dating app, be it on a telephone, or on a birthday card. Please keep it, share it, put it in a safe place. Because now with this law, we will get justice. The other important point to stress is when we're talking about the statistics of the crime rates, they're only the ones we know about. I can honestly tell you, when it comes to mental health stats, the figure of 1 in 4 is used quite commonly. That was brought up many years ago. It's probably way fewer. And I can probably say that there are many cases of criminal offences when it comes to coercive and abusive behaviour that we do not know because they have not been able to come forward. But now there is a law that will empower people. We hope that we can also play a part in helping them to come forward. We must remember that. During the pandemic, that is one of the areas we all feared, with not seeing the sight of people and they disappeared, and the pressures of lockdowns and the other things. But again, now we have this law coming through. My final point is obviously that laws are obviously there because that is the world we live in. Thankfully, we live in a free and democratic place, that laws are there to serve, to protect people. But realistically, when you take a step back from these sort of things, Mum, we shouldn't need laws like this in place. We need to change culture. We need to change the culture that people think it is appropriate and right to behave in this way. I'm proud of my 2 children, my son especially. He's 20 and we talk quite openly and frankly about this. He sees it himself. And he has a system in place where he's at college where they have a system in helping their female friends. But we have to change the culture. It's just not an acceptable way for society to live, that we think that we can control other people. So we should all, thankfully, in the name of many people who are not here today, pass this law and seek to continue to improving it so we continue to save laws, to say in one voice, offence like this, domestic abuse to a person you love, is not acceptable, and be there for supporters and those who are brave enough to break away. I thank the Minister and I thank members for listening.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy St Mary.
Thank you, sir. I should be very brief. Thank you, Ma'am. Sorry, I should be very brief. Yes, I thank the Minister for bringing this legislation. It's been long overdue through no fault of his. The Legislation Advisory Panel was at one time interested in pursuing this, but we, for lack of resources,
Deputy, we're not going to be core it. We're actually only 2 members joining us who have indicated on the chat, and I think we're down to 22 in the chamber. I've asked the usher to call members in from the tea room, but I'm afraid whilst we're in core it, I'm going to have to stop you speaking. Do you have any more? Oh, that's fine. No, we've got an extra one here. That's fine. Thank you. You can carry on. Sorry. I do apologise.
Okay, let's start again, Ma'am. Yes, again, I thank the Minister for bringing this legislation, which has been a long time coming. As I indicated previously, though, in Court Assembly, Legislation Advisory Panel was at one time interested in being engaged in this, but through lack of our own resources, we were unable to do so, and I'm pleased it's been brought forward. The important aspect of this law, or there are many aspects which are important, but the one item missing from previous legislation was the controlling and coercive behaviour aspect, which I think the police in particular, and I say that from my knowledge of what I glean whilst being on the police authority, that was causing them problems in taking prosecutions. I'm sure they will welcome it. The one area I do ask if the Minister can elaborate on is the relationship aspect, or the meaning of personally connected, which is quite limited to relatives and carers. I can envisage situations where someone like well, dare I say it, a solicitor and a client, or a member of the clergy and a parishioner could be personally connected but not within the meaning of the law. And I just wonder if that aspect has been fully considered and whether there's any potential for extending its scope. And perhaps the Minister could comment on that. And if not, perhaps the scrutiny panel could add that to the legacy report as well as something worth pursuing. Thank you, ma'am.
Councillor St Martin.
Thank you, sir. I welcome this long-awaited domestic abuse law, and many others have spoken very eloquently this afternoon and said much of what I was going to say, so I'll keep this very short. I'd really like to thank the Minister and all who have worked on this vital law, and I hope the law has a far-reaching effect and is instrumental in preventing domestic abuse. This legislation is such an important step forward. I will be voting for it, and I'm just hoping that that it's a unanimous vote in favour. Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Does any other member wish to speak on the principles? No other member wishes to speak on the principles. I call upon the Minister to reply.
Thank you, ma'am. This has been indeed long in coming. We started extremely early with Constable Norman working on this, and the simplicity of the text belies the complexity of its content and its reach. I was actually working with two versions which looked exactly the same but were actually different. They kept changing as we tried to refine this, and doing this in the very, very little time that was left with me. I think this law is also an extremely good example of how we should work with scrutiny. This is much more than one person can lead. It's exactly the sort of things which is a cultural issue, and where one person cannot on their own lead policy. You need consultation, you need to talk to everybody, you need to understand the problem, and you need to have as many brains as possible working on it. And I'm very grateful for scrutiny work. I'm very grateful that they accepted the extremely last-minute change that our consultation brought, and I'm very grateful for Senator Valois to have accepted those changes as late as they were. I'll try to, I'm sorry, I'll have to deep in the different comments, try to explain a few things. Deputy Parashad called it a monumental moment. This is a little bit overwhelming. What I think we have is a monumental problem. That's what we need to deal with. And this is one of the tools that we have for it. We have others. We have an excellent sexual offences law, and I think they match each other in the fact that they are deceptively simple. The sexual offences law is a law that is easy to read, reasonably easy to apply. This, I hope, will be the same here. The complexity is actually hidden. I probably need to talk about the two articles that disappeared from the law. What happened is that when it was designed, we inspired ourselves from both the way the British had tackled the problem, the way the English had tackled the problem, and the way the Scottish had. So the Scottish basically created a domestic abuse offence. So in law, you could be charged for domestic abuse. The police could arrest you on a suspicion of domestic abuse and release you on bail based upon the risk of releasing you with a suspicion of domestic offence. There are not many safeguards about breaking bail, except that you can be rearrested. However, if there is an offence, you can be rearrested and immediately charged, which expands the possibilities, in particular, the fact that you're going to go to a court immediately after having been charged, or that you can actually be kept in custody. So that's the way that the Scottish deal with it. The British, having a very, very large number of offences that altogether could constitute domestic abuse, decided to do just that. They had an act that said this long series of offences all constitute domestic abuse. And they gave different tools to their judiciary and to their police to deal with that, in particular the pre-conviction orders, which are extremely strong. So basically, we went for the belt and the braces. We applied the best of both law. Jersey is a little bit particular in the fact that it doesn't rely very much on instant disposal. The police are not allowed to get rid of an offence by just saying, you'll pay 50 quid and that will be us done. There is very, very little in our law history to back that. And in fact, as the senator found, the one case of instant disposal that we have is children protection orders, and that's a fairly recent change. The way the orders were specified, they actually allowed pretty strong control of people who had not yet gone to court, and who could even have gone to court and be found not guilty, been acquitted. And it was very difficult in the days that we had before lodging to say, this is fine, we'll look at this, and this is something that we can accept in Jersey, despite the fact that we've never done it in history. Therefore, it was easier to take it off the law, and it should stand on its own, as it does in Scotland. And we hope that we hope that it will be useful, and we still have the option of looking for the appropriate amount of time at those orders, at those notices, and see whether we can implement them in Jersey, whether we want them in Jersey, whether they will be useful in Jersey. So that's the history, and that's why this law came out with a couple of important articles taken off at the very, very last minute. We thought that it was much, much more important to have the offence created as soon as possible rather than try to make it perfect. Another thing about this is that in parallel to this law being finalised, the Constable of St. Martin made an amendment to the government plan to put some money aside to look at violence against women and girls. And we defined two things together: the creation of a task force to specifically look at violence against women and girls, and a call for evidence that would try to get as much information as we could on domestic violence, sexual violence, violence against women and girls in Jersey. I'm sorry to say that the call for evidence is late. We thought that it was something that we could deal with in Jersey, but we very, very quickly found that the complexity is pretty much mind-boggling. there are ethics issues, there are privacy issues, there are all sorts of issues. Also, this would only be useful, you wouldn't believe how big it is. The UK just did theirs. The UK have finished one. I think they got 120,000 responses. So there are groups and companies in the UK that have done it, and we're in touch with them, and they are probably the people that we will use here because they know exactly how to run this. The other part is that to be useful, we don't want to make it a questionnaire. We actually want to listen. We want to listen to victims. We want testimonies. And we hope that we can open up to testimonies, but also it means that their analysis is going to be unbelievably complex. So we have a plan. I've given the only copy I have to the constable. I think she approves of it. I think she thinks it is as much as we could do now. The good thing about it, well, there's a number of good things, but I think one of them is that this is actually running away from us. This is actually taking hold in SP3, in the government, and I believe that they want to make it continue much beyond the budget that we allocated for it in the government plan, and they want to make it a permanent fixture of our next government. So that's the first good thing, is that it's going to be bigger than we started with. The second good thing is that we'll have one last meeting of the current task group, and this will be to make a to-do list for the legislative pipeline. And the idea, and that we already have a few ideas. I recently had a meeting with a victim, and she made obvious the fact that harassment notices in Jersey have very, very little effect. So if we talk about instant disposal, giving teeth to harassment notices would probably be first on my list. And it rejoins a lot of stuff that it is in this law. So this is going to be on the list. Looking at pre-conviction orders, pre-charge orders, is going to also to be on the list. So we can, with the people who actually work the legislative pipeline, we can put a few things in the list to say this is what we want the next ministers to be presented with, as we were when Norman took office. We were presented with, these are the list of things that we do. All those things take more than one term, and we will present that pipeline with a little bit filled up for the next minister. I need to mention the victims' charter. I'm very sorry that I thought I had a copy with me, but I don't. It's a very important document because it's not just a document. We've actually implemented all that is in it. And it's about dealing with victims first. It is very, very important. It allows, for example, testimonies to be recorded and presented to court as recordings rather than have a victim stand in the same room as the perpetrator. Of course, we have the Sexual Assault Referral Center, which works extremely, extremely well, which is extremely confidential, which is there purely for support, and allows you to have a witness to whatever may have happened, with absolutely no requirement to proceed to court or to declare an offense. But they will keep these details so that if later you do want to prosecute, you have material to do it with. And of course, we have all sorts of charities, including the Women's Refuge, which are extraordinary in Jersey, and which will absolutely help. And all these work together. It is part of the charter. In fact, I understand that we stole Flickr House from Scrutiny, who intended to use it as an office, because our victim support personnel will be lodged there. So that's several people in an office. They exist, they're hired and they are there just to support victims. We're talking about the cumulative effect. That's the essence of this law. Before that, we had a number of other offences, and for example, assault. And you'd say, I've been assaulted. It's domestic violence because it happens every Sunday. And the perpetrator would be prosecuted for an assault. We're not trying to replicate that here. What we're trying to say is there are 2 assaults. Now it's domestic abuse, and that's a different law. And even if the assault would not have warranted a sentence on their own, now that it is a pattern of behavior, they might. And that is a very, very important change. That's the essence, and that's why this thing exists, this law exists. I thank the Constable of St. Lawrence for having directed our question to the Attorney General and not having me answer it. But I did know the answer in that case. Yes, everybody involved uses that. It's how you arrest, it's how you charge, it's how you convict. To Deputy Pamplin, it is difficult to keep your emotions in check if you've been anywhere near something like this. And of course, your particular case was as bad as it could become. We try not to duplicate definitions in law because the chance is too strong to have different definitions of the same thing. So there are many offences that are listed in this law which exist in other laws, so we didn't have to look at the definition. The new one is coercive and controlling behavior. The alternate use for this, there is another use for this. It means that now other laws can actually pick from this one and use coercive and controlling behavior for themselves. So it is now a separate offense that we can use in other laws, and that is very, very important. Deputy Johnson mentioned the relationship aspect. You have to stop somewhere, and it is something that we looked at very, very carefully, extremely early on the design of this law. And basically, the logic that we followed is the question of whether there is an element of choice. Is this relationship something that you have to bear, or something that is entirely your choice? We've tried to avoid cases where there was too much of a choice. If your personal trainer has abusive behavior towards you, I would say it is possible to change. If your partner or the father of your child does, it's not something that you have any influence upon. If your carer is abusive to you, I would say it's probably very difficult. If you need care, it's probably very, very difficult for you to change. So we looked at these, and of course, this is the first use of this law. I hope that we will adapt it as it goes. We also had the question of how long it would take to be in effect. So of course we need royal assent first and foremost, but because it is a brand new law that we're giving to the courts, we also need, I think there are court rules to be drafted for it, so that may take a little while, and I hope that they will be pre-drafted before we have the royal consent, and that we will be ready to go with it as soon as we get that. I think that is almost all of it. One thing, of course, evidence was mentioned. It's paramount. It is very, very important. And yes, I would recommend that evidence is recorded or kept. And again, the Sexual Assaults Referral Center is a very, very good place to go if you want it done discreetly and have a full choice of what happens to it afterwards. With all this, I recommend the principles to the Assembly.
You asked for the appel, Minister, or
So, Pell.
Yes, please, the appel.
I invite members to return to their seats. In a moment, the greffier will open the voting. Of course, those joining on Teams should vote in the usual way. Members have now cast their votes. I ask the greffier to close the voting. Principles have been adopted. There were 44 votes in favour and no votes contrary. Chair of the Children Education Home Affairs Scrutiny Panel, you've already indicated that you do not wish to call this matter in, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
I'm conscious of the time.
Who's the adjournment, please, Matt?
The adjournment has been proposed. This is it?
Are we coming back at 6 o'clock?
Ma'am, can I propose that we finish this important legislation of the domestic abuse law before retiring? The Minister has just indicated he thinks it'll be 5 minutes unless anybody's got speeches. Can I propose that before we adjourn?
Well, the adjournment has been proposed before.
Can we have the appel on that then, ma'am?
Yeah. The appel has been called for. The vote is on whether to adjourn. I could ask the greffier to open the voting and members to cast their votes accordingly. All members have cast their votes. I'll ask the greffier to close the voting. Proposition to adjourn has been lost. There were 16 votes in favour and 25 votes contra. Deputy Pamplin, did you wish to make the proposal to...
Yes, I would still like to make the proposition that we finish this important domestic abuse law. The indication from the Minister is 5 minutes. Let's say half an hour, and if it feels like more members want to speak, but I just wanted to...
We don't need to.
And presumably we don't need a proposition, we've just voted not to adjourn, so business continues.
Continue. Yeah. Very well. There is an amendment by the lodged by you, Minister. Do you wish to have take the articles as amended?
Yes, please, if the Assembly accepts.
Is that acceptable to the Assembly? Does anybody wish to speak on the articles? Or, Minister, do you wish to propose them? Sorry.
Yes, sorry, I'd like to propose the articles en bloc. I have a few things to say about them, but I'll try to be quick. Sorry about this. So the amendment was a grammatical change, so very, very minor. I will run through these very, very quickly because I've already mentioned most of this. I think it's quite... Yes, so I think it was quite important. The definition provides us with the relevant offence, which includes any domestic abuse offence on more than one occasion. I've mentioned that, and any offences where the offender is abusive toward a person aged 16 or over, with whom they are personally connected. We talked about this. Importantly, it also includes a failure to do something, including neglect. The age limit is designed to ensure that there is compatibility with the Children's Jersey Law 2002. Importantly, this will also include acts committed outside of Jersey if the offender is usually resident in Jersey. It is something that we also had in the sexual offences law. We've mentioned that, and that's in Article 4, that the presence of a child, presence or involvement of a child or a pregnant person is an aggravating factor. Article 5 allows a court to issue a domestic abuse protection order against a person aged 18 or over, who has been convicted of a relevant offence. We have specifically kept the age to 18 to reduce the risk of anyone under the age of 18 being made homeless as a specific result of these orders. It's not immediately obvious in the articles, but the fact that we have a register and that we have defined the disclosure possibilities means that basically the police could disclose to a person that the person that they've just entered in a relationship with is a known domestic abuser. And I think that was extremely important. So again, it's not obvious in reading it, but it is something that is covered with this law. Importantly, and this Assembly may use this in the future, Article 16 provides a regulation-making power to allow the states to amend some specific aspects of the law if needed. These regulations can amend the definition of relevant offence, amend the matters that are covered by the notification requirement, and the time allowed for a person to notify the police. They will also allow the court to make some changes to the notification requirement. And of course, like any law, it is open to amendment if the Assembly decides. Article 18, that's another one that I would want to bring forward, amends Article 103 of the Criminal Procedure Jersey Law 2018 so that anyone charged with domestic abuse or failing to comply with a domestic abuse protection order is unable to cross-examine the person that has complained about them. And I talked about the Victims' Charter, and that's a very important part of it. With this, I propose the articles, ma'am.
Are the articles seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does any member wish to speak on the articles? Senator Balwar.
Yes, just very briefly, Mum. I think it's important to. This is an extremely important piece of legislation, so I'm not going to rush. I do apologise, but the interpretation of the domestic abuse is different to that of England and Wales and Scotland. We have harassment within the definition of abusive. And I don't know whether this is probably better directed at the Attorney General or whether the Minister will be able to answer. Harassment, we don't, as I understand, we don't have stalking laws in Jersey. And I believe I've asked this question in private briefings, but I think it's important to state this on record of how that harassment would be identified under domestic abuse, because it isn't defined, like I say, in other legislation elsewhere. So I think it's, in England and Wales it certainly isn't. In the Domestic Abuse Act 2021, there is the harassment in there. There's also, on the issue of neglect, now there was questions, and Deputy Ward will remember in our briefings, there was a discussion around how that could be interpreted or determined with regards to somebody who has particular disabilities and how that might be constituted and what that may or may not look like. And that argument about that point that the Minister made in the principal debate about choice. So we just make those 2 points on Article 1. Article 4, the aggregating factors, I just want to say, you know, this is a huge commitment to putting children first, because this recognises in committing the offence, the person directed abuse at a child or a pregnant person. That was not in the previous drafts, and I believe it was added due to discussions with scrutiny, and recognised as actually probably an important characteristic. And actually, in committing the offence, the person made use of a child in directing abuse at another person, or a child saw or heard the behaviour. I think these are extremely important aggravating factors when it's considering whether somebody has committed abuse. I'm trying to be as swift as possible. I do apologise to members. Article 5, the issuing domestic abuse protection order. Now, I think it's important to have this on record, and very clear on record, because this was raised to me by people in the know around the court must consider, and this is Article 5, paragraph 3, consider any statements made by A or B, so the persons involved, consider the welfare of any person under the age of 18, and if the order will limit or prevent A from entering the premises, it goes on if anyone wishes to read it. But actually, one of the questions was asked by the person in the know was the involvement of the multi-agency group that actually work very closely with these types of abusers and the victims and the perpetrators involved within this, and they will have sufficient information, especially if it's been going on. The Deputy Pershard referred to the issue of coercive control and how to evidence that. And so these multi-agency groups, I think, are really, really important, and to make sure that the court take into account a statement, hopefully, from then. We didn't think it was probably sufficient to put it in legislation, because actually that name might change at any point. That multi-agency might look differently, but you'd expect it to be the relevant authorities involved from the public sector and the people in the know to make sure that the information that they have, and probably showing the repeat occasions where interventions had to be made. I actually think that's probably something really important for the court, so hopefully they will take that on board. And members will be pleased to know that's the last point I have to make, Mel. So I will keep quiet, thank members for their attention, and I look forward to hearing the responses.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I call upon the Minister to reply.
Thank you, ma'am. So some of these were not questions, so I will just note that they were well spotted and important features of the law. We do have a crime, disorderly conduct and harassment, Jersey law 2008. So that's where the definition of harassment exists, and that's where we designed the harassment notices, which would have been a very useful tool and have been found to not be terribly efficient. So something that we must work on. Again, I recognize everything else. The discussion with scrutiny did bring the aggravating factor of having a child involved or a pregnant person. Of course, if anybody goes to court, probation is necessarily involved. And if probation is involved and it's a case of sexual violence or domestic abuse, all the agencies linked to that will be involved as well. That is something that already works extremely well, so we don't need to put it in law here. With that, I present the articles to the Assembly.
Do you ask for the appel, Minister? Do you wish to have the appel?
Yes, sorry, if the Assembly wants a standing vote for appel, please.
Well, the appel has been called for. I invite members to return to their seats. In a moment, the greffier will open the voting. Members in teams can vote in the usual way.
Just ask we decided to sit till 5:30. She asked she wants to vote, and she's not able to vote because she didn't make arrangements. She wants to. I'm asking her. We decided.
Members have had an opportunity to cast their votes. I ask the greffier to close the voting.
Serious. If they wouldn't vote. No.
Could be unanimous again.
Announce the proposition and the article has been adopted as amended. 42 votes for and no votes contre. Do you wish to propose the matter in third reading, Minister?
Yes, I would like to propose them in third reading. I would also like to take advantage of this to thank the team who've been working on this. I wouldn't say relentlessly because they had to stop for several years while they were dealing with COVID. But as soon as that relented, they came back on it. And especially with the last changes, I know of a few of them who spent nights trying to finish this and get it lodged in time. So I really want to thank them for their hard work and for not giving up when it looked like it was going to be impossible. And I maintain the principles in third reading. Sorry, I maintain the proposition in third reading.
Does any member wish to speak in third reading? Deputy Gardner.
I would like to make one point, and I would like to ask if I can propose the adjournment, and I assume that it will be rejected, but it's important for me to raise in this assembly before this adjournment will be rejected. Yesterday we decided to sit till 5:30, and there are two members of the assembly that didn't make an arrangements to be able to vote to this important law. Because we decided to continue, now it's 1:45, basically we didn't give the opportunity for the members to arrange in advance, and they, I've been asked to present, would be not able to vote to this law, which is very important for them. So it's in the power of the Assembly to vote now, but I would propose as a matter of principle, and after we decided to vote against other things today, would be propose the adjournment and vote on the third reading tomorrow, and I make a proposition.
Members are enabled at any time to propose the adjournment. So the deputy...
Seconded, ma'am.
I was about to ask if that was seconded. Does anybody wish to speak on the proposal for the adjournment?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Conor Tubbs.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I take the completely different view on this. Members who have spoken during the debate, a number of us made the point that this is absolutely vital legislation. It has been delayed for reasons that we understand for far too long. And my view is that it would be disrespectful, in fact, to those who have worked on it, but also to those who suffer from domestic abuse and domestic violence, if we were at 10 to 6 to decide to delay voting on the third reading. I was very disappointed and indeed upset to see, and I will refer to her, Deputy Pershard, have to stand up and leave the Assembly, particularly as she was one of those members who spoke in favour of this legislation and spoke very well and very strongly for it. And she actually, I think, if I remember correctly, said that she was pleased to be in the Assembly when this when this almost life-changing legislation, life-changing for some people, was being debated. And I did feel for her when she had to leave because of her domestic child caring matters. However, we need to get on with it. I really do suggest that we make a decision. We've voted so far to support it. Let's do it. Let's back it. Let's show that we believe that all victims of domestic violence must be supported by us. And I urge members to not vote for the adjournment. Let's do it and show our solidarity with domestic abuse survivors and victims. Thank you.
Councillor St. you had your light on. Was that to speak in third reading? Or?
Well, it was to make a point of order how the Deputy Gardener's speech was relevant to the third reading, but then she proposed adjournment, so the point's probably not material.
Senator Moore.
Thank you, ma'am. Earlier this afternoon, I thought we'd come a long way as an Assembly in recognising gender and equality. And I have applauded the Assembly on social media as well as in a speech as to the great steps forward that we have made. There are many reasons why members may have planned to adjourn today at 5:30, which is what we'd all agreed. Personally, I have a meeting that started at 5:30 and I have another one that starts at 7:30. So there are many reasons for us all to leave at the time that was agreed yesterday. I absolutely agree with the domestic abuse law because I set this in train almost 5 years, well, longer than 5 years ago, actually, as it's 2022, and looking back, this began in at least 2015. So I really cannot see how delaying and adjourning now and returning at 9:30, which is what I think we all agreed, is going to make any difference. Perhaps if everybody wishes, we could begin at 9 o'clock in the morning, but let's debate this proposal and then we can perhaps move on to any other business, which is, I think, what the chair of PPC suggested earlier in the week.
Young.
Thank you, ma'am. I take a simple view. Last night I voted against carrying on, but I changed my mind. Here we are. We're at it. It's an important law. I take the view we've started, so we should finish. And in fact, it gives us a better chance tomorrow. And I absolutely have sympathy with Deputy Pershard. That's why I spoke as I did last night. But I think, the contribution has been made. We should carry on and clear some work.
Any other member wish to speak? Deputy Tadia.
Ma'am, I am exasperated, I think. I don't know where to draw the line here. Clearly, we seem to be given a Hobbes choice here. Do we want to support women's rights in society, which is what we've been debating today? We know that domestic violence doesn't just affect women, but it does overwhelmingly affect women. And with the Constable of St. Lawrence, what kind of message does it say? We're on the third reading, for goodness sake. There's probably going to be very little debate on this, and it's going to take a matter, I suspect, of 10 minutes, if that. Okay, I know that we have 2 young women in this assembly who need to leave bang on 5:30 for some reason. But I think in this case there's a balance and a message that we send to all of the other women in Jersey about the importance of this. And it's not the time to have an ideological principle about when we finish, if we finish at 5:30 or 6. I think let's just get this finished and then have a talk about how family friendly we want to be. But let's be family friendly for the whole island, right? Not just for some individuals in this assembly. I think we send out some very strange messages about working practices, and it's not an easy subject. But for this to come back time and time again, we're not doing ourselves any credit here.
Deputy Tadeo, if I could just say from the chair that my understanding of what the Constable of St Lawrence was suggesting was that we did indeed continue with this debate this evening.
I'm in agreement, sir, Mum.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Ma'am, I'm in the chair. I'd just like to say that I do believe that we should actually finish the vote on this particular item tonight. I also believe that we should adjourn for the evening. Fine is the next item. I've been sat at a computer all day, listening intently to the debate. I've got a pounding headache, and I personally don't want to be carrying on too much longer this evening. So I would hope that we can vote on this item, which is very important to the island, and then we can adjourn until tomorrow morning and start afresh. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Higgins. Does any other member wish to speak on the proposition to adjourn? If not, then I call upon Deputy Gardner to reply.
I'm just calling for the vote. Thank you.
Are you wishing to have an appel?
Yes, please, appel.
In a moment, the greffier will open the voting. If members on Teams could vote in the usual way. The vote is now open, and I ask members to cast their votes.
Can you confirm what the vote is on? Adjournment or carry on with this item, please?
The vote is, as far as I understand, is to adjourn now and to commence or continue the discussion in third reading when we start again tomorrow morning. All members have had an opportunity to cast their vote. I ask the greffier to close the voting. Proposition to adjourn has been lost. There were 10 votes in favour and 31 votes against. So we continue the debate in third reading. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I call upon the Minister to reply.
Ma'am, I just maintain the proposition in third reading and ask for the appel.
Thank you.
The appel has been called for. In a moment, the greffier will open the voting. Voting is now open. I ask members to cast their votes. All members have now had an opportunity to cast their votes. I ask the greffier to close the voting. Has been adopted in third reading. There were 43 votes in favour and no votes contra.
I propose the adjournment, ma'am.
The adjournment has been called. The state stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30.